How you doing, Squirrel? The Squirrelage is here. How you doing, man? Late today. Got James and Kyle sitting in Discord with me. Bring them in a second. Gotta get my other laptop booted. Anyway, we're gonna get some painting done. As late as it is. Well, I gotta update my computer here. I should have rebooted. Oh well. How you doing, Squirrel? Getting ready to have a big feast. First thing I think of when I see Squirrel is he must be eating good today. I don't know why, but that's what comes to mind. See, Shadow's finally got a Discord server. He's got that up and going. About time. Let's get over here. I see the Jom's in there with his camera going. Right as ever. Turn my camera on. There we go. Camera's on. Let me see. Let's go over there and unmute myself so these guys can hear me. They're probably blabbing away talking about me because you know them. You know Joms. You know Kyle.
Actually talking about paint and model.
Of course you are. I'm going to mute you again.
Starter kits for.
Oh yeah.
And the only ones I can find are the Army Man painter, where like you gotta have like an airbrush or something.
You gonna get an airbrush?
Hell no, I need an airbrush.
I'm gonna send Kyle some paint next month.
All right.
Couple of weeks.
I got
Send
another
him some paint.
friend is gonna send him a bunch of nice brushes. So you're getting some brushes too.
Appreciate it.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. So you got
Well, there
some
you go.
brushes, paints. You'll be all set. Then you'll be
Yeah.
in with the in crowd.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you send me the link to those miniatures for like the Pathfinder
Reaper.
icon. Send me the Reaper one.
Reaper miniatures. I was just looking at mine last night. I've got Valeros, I've got Sione, the sorceress. I've got the iconic gnome, Bard. I forget what his name is, Nim or something. I've got a
With the little loot.
yeah, him.
Is that the guy with the loot and the skull cap? Yeah, I think I have that guy. In metal.
Yeah, they have him in bones and they have him in metals, and they're really nice
Yeah.
figures, man.
Bones aren't too bad. The trick is just to hit him with a feeler, you know?
Mm-hmm. You're good to go.
Yeah, helps you paint him.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, nerds? How you doing?
We got Squirrel, we got the nerds.
Well done on the Dark Elves, nerds. Coming along well. I glued some romance to my face yesterday.
Are we all set here? Is everything right? My cameras, my sounds.
I'm right.
I'm about to put a few little fellows together in a minute.
Excellent, excellent. The Jams will be joining in for some action tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Let's boot up
Getting
the other
nicotine
browser.
and caffeine.
Yes, we are.
There's a lot of iconics here.
Camera.
Good thing is that the Bones ones are cheap too.
Yeah, they're relatively inexpensive. The bones ones, those are the ones I have. The metals are more expensive, a little bit nicer, but you know,
The medals are nice, but with bigger figures like monsters and stuff, it's like not really a big difference. You know what I mean? Like, even if you just grab an old ogre or whatever in the soft plastic, they're quite good. You know, I would have been very happy to have those back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Yeah.
Okay, since y'all
Can't
got me
all be-
covered on paint stuff, then I'll start buying models.
Yeah, there you go. Reaper.
Yeah.
Get yourself
Problem solved.
get yourself some Reapers. Good way to start.
And they're
Especially
pre-assembled.
if you're into like yeah, which is nice.
Unless it's a big model like a troll or something, or the head or maybe one of the arms is separate. Hey, just glue them.
Gotcha.
What are they made of? What is bones? Is it? It's some type of.
PVC,
Is it?
PVC plastic of some kind, some formulation of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Some formulation.
I'm excited about the Warlord resin, like the new Warlord resin seems to be quite good. Got their own little formula. It's like quite it's got some of the toughness of plastic and very little to no cleanup. Takes paint quite well.
There you go.
But yeah, you shouldn't have any too much drama with bones. The plastic's a little bit brittle, like in the sense that it might bend a bit while you paint, but if you just hit it with a varnish before you start painting and then after, you won't have any problems.
Gotcha.
But I'll take care of that. Don't you worry about that, Carl. We got you, Carl. We got you.
Appreciate it. And yeah, Fritz, I saw the new models that Nerd was working on. Absolutely fantastic what she did there. Oh, Fritz is rummaging. Yeah, but I think that they turned out really, really well, Nerds. I mean, they were pretty good color to them and pretty good depth to them. So yeah, I absolutely love them, Nerds. Awesome, good work.
Yeah.
Fantasticals, as Fritz used to say.
Still does.
Yes, sir. So how you doing, Fritz? What you getting into outside of orcs?
Well, I'm going to show you some of the Reaper bones.
Okay.
So here's Sione. You'll have to look in the video.
Okay.
If it'll zoom in. Well, let me fix this. Let's do it manually. Let's do some manual focus today.
We'll do it live.
Let's do some manual. I think I had it there. That right? That looks about right. So there's Sione. This is the bones stuff, so it's, you know, got that bend to it.
Okay.
You just use some warm water to, if they come misshapen, which they probably do in the blister pack, like their staff might be all bent, you know, like that or something. You just put it in some warm water. And you could bend it back and just like put it where it needs to be with your finger while you're running warm water over it even. And just hold it. It'll bend back and stay that way.
Okay.
But there's Sione. Where's the sweet spot? I can't tell. Here's Ezrin, the wizard.
Didn't I play him in a one-shot we did?
Probably. Here's the little gnome iconic. I can't think of his name. He's got a little flute there. Looks like a little recorder.
Splutch. His name is Splutchworth.
Splutchworth. Of course, it's my favorite, Risiel. They have different poses for these models too that you can buy. Yeah. Here's a bunch of goblins. Got a whole slew of these guys.
We've got the little Pathfinder goblins with like the torches and stuff as well, don't they?
This guy's a Pathfinder goblin. This guy is just a standard goblin from their range. You can see how he's a little different, more gangly. But they're both gobos. Here's a Metal Reaper. Little Metal Reaper.
Those are the ones I like. Those are the ones I like.
They're all in scale, so you're good. Just buy a few of them, Kyle, and see how you like them.
Okay.
You don't have to go crazy or anything. You'll use them.
I'm gonna get great.
They're like a few bucks each. You know, that's pretty good.
Yeah, they're like
Couple bucks.
$3.99. I've got the website up here.
El Cheapo.
Yeah, especially like you know all the little scenics and stuff that they do. They're great.
Mm-hmm.
One more cigarette, then I shall build some goals. I shall have the goal to build some goals. Here's trouble.
Uh-oh. We have awoken the nerd's nerd.
The Kraken has been awakened.
What's up?
How's it going, man?
Yeah, nothing to complain about.
Sweet.
Excellent. Excellent.
Fantastic.
You're kicking ass this week, dude. Smashing.
Yeah, I'm on pause now. His infantry needs to be spray varnished, and the Raptor Knights need to be sprayed primed. And it's like 83% humidity, and I have nothing else to do.
Oh, just chill. Just chill with us. Those raptors are
That's
really
the
nice
plan.
to do. I really like a dino.
Yeah, those models are gorgeous.
We all love dinos here, don't we, boys?
I love fighting dinos because, like how we demonstrated Sunday, once you pin them, they're just, James, this guy didn't even get a shot off.
Was he
Like-
good eating afterwards? Did you roast him over the campfire?
I think we took a fillet off of him, didn't we, Fritz? I think we did.
You sure did.
Lizardman steaks?
Lizards.
Yeah, like he popped up and smacked us with some sonic damage, and then he ran to a corner. We got two fighters. We ran with him, and we pinned him in the corner, and he couldn't.
The trick to lizardman is to slow cook it, because it's quite tough, but make it nice.
Keep an eye on something here. Excellent. All right.
I'm gonna build some kelp for you to send your kelp munchers after.
Help punchers.
Yeah, pit bulls. They eat kelps.
Ah, fam, Great Dane.
Where are my glasses? Where are my spectacles?
Deandra. Deandra. All right. All right. We've got the nerds. We've got Bjorn, otherwise known as Kyle. And we've also got Jams. Sir Jams, we are ready to rock and roll. Get some stuff done. If not, we're going to have some great conversation, i.e. fun. How do you like that? How do you like that?
Damn, Skippy.
Bitches get stitches.
Bitches get stitches?
Yeah.
Stitches get bitches. All right. Let's get back to the orcs. Anybody else? Well, Nerdy, you're not working on anything tonight? You got your stuff done.
Not. Yeah, I wish I was, but I can't prime anything in this weather.
Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Nobody's Boston had an achievement. We're here for it.
Well, you can always live on the edge and try. Maybe.
You know, I often soak my rattle candles in lukewarm water in a bowl, and that gets the paint moving. But I've never been game enough to try it with varnish, which is obviously react a little bit differently to heat.
Mm. Yeah, I guess. Oh, I got so many figures here, all mixed together. That's that Vallejo paint-on primer I've been using is fantastic, James. I love it.
Nice and thin, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Vallejo airbrush primer.
I didn't intentionally buy that either. I just saw black primer, but you know they're all good.
Oh,
But that one's nice.
the fact that it's for airbrushes is way better because it just it takes 2 coats, of course, but it flows so smoothly and quickly that it just gets the job done in no time. Now, of course, if I sprayed, which is my typical process, I'd still have to go back. You know me, I go back with the brush and I brush on the primer anyway because it never gets to all the little spots you need. Of course, Nerds is doing Zenithal stuff, so the spray works much better for that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd be dry brushing it, which can be a little bit rough on the surface.
Well, I don't have an
1, 2, 3,
airbrush,
4,
but I
5, 6,
use
7,
airbrush.
8, 9, 10,
I use
11.
airbrush metallics all the time because they flow so well.
Yep, same here. Same here.
Much more fun to put on the mini than the regular. Although you can mix it with the regular and thin it down.
Slow down, James. I got to take notes here.
Let's take a look at last night's progress with Jesse. Oh, this coffee, I'm telling you. Did some more work on my arcoflagellants. I wish this would focus better. I should use 1080p here. Anyway, I added some colors to these guys.
Oh, sweet.
My arcoflagellants for my sisters.
Let me shrink you, losers. I want to see this. Get out of my eye.
My eyes, the goggles, they do nothing.
Where are you putting this picture, Axel?
It's the octopus repellent.
Did you put it in miniature wargaming? Or did you put it in 40K?
Let me find the sweet spot here with the focus manual. There we go. There we go.
Okay.
So we got a little more base colors going on there. Can't wait to wash these little guys. I still got to paint the
Where are
cloth.
you putting this picture? Where are you putting this picture?
Here's the lady. Like a
I
lady.
cannot see. I cannot see.
You can't see it?
Ah.
What are you looking at? You have to look at the YouTube.
Oh, the YouTubes. No, I'm on the tablet.
You have to be on the YouTubers. So there's a lot of little details all over these models. Cuts and scars and tubes running in and out of the flesh. Looks pretty good. I'm just throwing on some base colors, then I'll give it a nice wash. Maybe a couple highlights here and there. That's all. But I got that well moved forward. You are welcome.
Go, Fritz putting it down.
You like that? Let's take another gander at my sister's here. Oh, I love my sisters. Let's see what she's doing today. And we got those beautiful base coats going. I got a nice hair there. Get that off there. Yeah,
Is that like an orange there or like a blood red?
it's 2 shades. The inside is a little darker. And It's not a Vallejo flat, I don't think. I think I used a craft paint on that because I'm running low on reds and I don't have the right shade. So I had to do some mixing. Yeah. So that was my progress so far on the Battle Sisters.
Fantastic. Fred's got it going on.
Now we're going back to the pig-faced orcs. Do a little bit with them. Try to. Got a troll as well, but I can't find his head. His head's separate. His head is not up on my shelf. I don't know where it is. He's big. Who's missing from this group? Got Ezrin. Oh, Valeros is missing.
Yeah, there's a few here that I'm looking at Reapers that are kind of interesting to me.
You hunt around, sometimes game shops sell and buy the bag. Quite cheap.
Like as if they were toys.
Yeah.
Little toy soldiers. Ah,
Almost Friday, Fred.
yeah, it's hard to believe, but it is. Closing in, Kyle.
It feels like it's like 500 years away.
Yeah. Let's get our Spotify going here.
Yeah, tomorrow I have the fun task of training a new employee who, how do I say this? He has a light touch of Down syndrome.
Okay.
So I'm kind of trying to mentally prepare myself for how I'm going to walk myself through that. You know?
Very carefully.
Extremely carefully.
Get the cameras up on the screen. Nobody could see our lovely cast of characters today. Where is it? I see Shadow finally got a Discord channel or server going. A freaking time. It's a mess over there, though. He doesn't have any channels. It's everybody's in one big room. He's got to work on that. Good old Shadow Meister.
I get invites to other Discords, but I actually can't keep track of more than one. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. I'm not very like savvy with the internet anymore. Getting old.
Getting old, James. Getting old.
Oh, Okay. This Celtic head has braids. Funny, he looks cool. I don't want to look like me. Got a shaved head and a moustache.
There we go. Wow, it's 6:30 already. Holy smokes. Yeah, we're starting late today.
Sir, but hey, that's all right.
That's okay. Yeah, gotta get things done.
Yes, sir. And I'll hang with you as long as I can.
You will. What else is going on here? Excellent. I think I gotta run outside real quick and turn the light on. Damn it.
Uh-oh.
Blah 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 blah. Oh man, how do I put this? So what else is going on? Nerds, Bjorn, James, what's going on? How was your day yesterday? Last
I
night
just
or?
made myself.
Huh?
I just made me. I just made me.
Hey, you did. James the Barbarian.
He's got a little pot belly and everything.
There you go.
And he's got a shaved head and a fuzzy moustache.
Had a face scan and a little 3D print, and there you are. You're on the tabletop. Sir James.
Oh, I thought,
Full body scan.
Go to war. I thought we could just simulate it. Yeah. I'll stay home and guard the fort, guys.
Oh, my. Yeah, but mine was all right. I just pretty much went to bed and got up at 5 and went to work.
You did.
Up at 5, put the oldest niece on the bus, and then here we get.
Da, 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 da. Okay, that looks good. That's out of the way.
Now I have a statue dedicated to me.
I like those little blocks.
Yeah, handy.
Jen sent me those little, I forget the manufacturer's name, but they're little MDF miniatures holders. You got to put them together. It's like a kit, and
Yeah.
they fit. I showed them off. They fit a certain base size, but the ones he sent me, they're like for, I think they're for like 30 millimeter bases, and I have no bases that are 30 mil, so I got to kind of jury rig them so that it'll actually hold some of my actual bases, which are 32 and 25 and 28. I don't have any 30s, but I guess they're made for specific base sizes.
Yeah, I have a miniature holder, but I don't want to spray paint it.
They're nice.
That's the thing.
They're really nice.
Yeah.
It's like 6 in a pack,
Yeah,
and they're all
like
the same size.
I have this thing, but it just, I never use it.
Yeah.
It's kind of dorky. I prefer this.
Yeah.
That was just doing. It was good hanging out with him yesterday.
He's probably at work.
Feel it. starting to feel like I live there.
Not sure what that means. I don't know, I just hold the base with my hands. Good enough, I guess. Whoops. There we go. Painting tips and tricks. Anybody got some painting and tips and tricks for us today?
Masking tape is your friend.
Really? Masking tape.
Yeah, if you're painting a house.
We're not talking about houses, Kyle.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Miniatures. Minis. Tips and tricks for fantastical painting. What's your favorite tip or trick, James? What's your favorite tip?
Like I guess, you put me on the spot now.
You're welcome.
With respect to, I mean, one of my biggest time-saving things is that, like, I prime using colors and like spray highlights on from above, stuff like that. Play around with different undershade. You know, sometimes like highlights that don't make sense work really well, like pink over green, or purple as an undershade for brown. Like, they can work surprisingly well.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Other than that, I just kind of, I mean, you've seen my painting. It's pretty rudimentary.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Hiking here.
Got a big old plastic pike.
Yep.
Bendy.
I wish.
Squirrel says actually was super lazy and didn't paint today, says Squirrel. Got any tips, Squirrel? What's your favorite tip for new painters like Kyle? How about you, nerds? Got any tips you want to share with us today? If you're there, you're muted. Let's get some tips.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any real tips, and I'm still just playing around with different things and seeing what works. But I swear by speed paints at this point.
Okay. Speed paints.
That's very helpful.
I think they're great for a beginner. If you're just getting into painting, you'd enjoy them, Kyle. It's quick, it's fast, it's one coat, boom, shade, highlight in one go, and a nice mid-tone as well. But the only thing with them,
Yeah, it's like an ink. It works kind of like an ink. It's like a lot thinner, and it just kind of has flow improver in it, so it spreads over the lines and surfaces, if that makes sense.
there's a learning curve when you first start out with them. Just be careful, be slow, use a small brush to put them on. Don't use one of these big, giant, medium brushes that you see people doing it with. At least to start off with. You want to keep that paint within the lines, within the borders, as it were, because it does flow.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want it going all over the place.
Yeah. Super easy to make mistakes with it.
Very easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle, you'd enjoy those. It's fast. That's the secret to nerd skill here. Or getting things done so
I don't know
quick.
about that.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's all it
She's
is.
got-
There is no skill from over here. I am
None.
sloppy. It's all the speed paint.
Nope, that's it right
No,
there.
you've got pretty good brush control for someone who's doing it all with speed paint. Like I bust them out for like one or two things, but like considering you paint the whole model that way, like you got pretty good brush control. You know.
You're being generous.
No, we
Well,
speak
maybe.
it.
I don't know. I think the results are pretty good. Like, I'm impressed. I'd love to get to that point. I will eventually, hopefully.
Squirrel says, just start truly. Don't be afraid. Art is 90% discipline and 10% talent.
It's kind of something you do. It's just something you do. It's like, you will get better over time, even if you suck a bit. Like, I suck a bit, and I still am improving over time. But, my dream is, like, I just want to be able to paint, like, the old White Dwarf magazines, like, bright and beautiful.
We'll get you there, James. We'll get you there.
These barbarians are easier to put together.
Spunt.
Easier to clean up too. Gosh, it's such a relief after putting together all those Warhammer things. My goodness. I will go back to that project soon enough though. Gotta keep my little brother interested. Everyone's talking about one-page rules. They're not talking about 40k. What's that? I think a lot of people kind of were excited for the new edition, and then they just were like, this is really hard to keep track of.
Well, 40k?
Yeah, it's not even whether I think the changes are good or bad. I just can't keep track of them.
Brett,
I don't
someone
have a
gotta
value.
check it in. Got a paint
I don't have a
related
value.
question for you.
Oh yeah.
What's that, Kyle?
Got a paint related question for you. Say if I go outside the lines, so to speak, can I correct that, or is it kind of once the paint's on the figure, it's done and over?
No, it's over. You got to burn your whole house down. And just stand outside and wait for the authorities to come.
Well, they're acrylic paints, which means they're water based. Yeah, you could paint over it. It's not going to be an issue. You could mix them together and get different colors. If you make a mistake and you catch it quick enough, you can just flush out the area with a clean brush. Just flood it with some water and get rid of that paint where it shouldn't be. Otherwise, if it dries, it's okay. You can paint over it.
Usually more forgiving than you expect.
It is.
Honestly.
Is there like a
Yeah, I keep a
particular
damp paper towel.
Yeah, that too. That's a good one.
color? There you go.
And then you can just go back and put your
And is there like a particular color scheme that I have to follow, or do I just kind of make it up on my own?
It's up to you.
I think always defer to your own imagination over like what people, are doing. Always paint it your way. Even with historicals, there's like more room to move than people realize. When you start researching a period, you're like, damn, there are a lot of variations on these uniforms. Like, you know, some periods you're like, it's actually anything goes in practice.
Gotcha. Because I've been looking at this Ranger model on Reaper, and every Ranger that I've seen, like it's got like a dark kind of leathery brown kind of thing going
Mhm.
on. But I'm actually drawn to more of like a silvery gray blackish color. Because
Yeah.
I think that would look kind of cool.
Yeah.
Instead of being like this quote unquote traditional Ranger, very earthen colors and stuff like that, just kind of making like a Ranger that's operating in snowy.
The
kind of
Night
climate.
Ranger. More like a Night Ranger, yeah.
Something like that, but thinking more like a black for like the deep forest, or like a nice silvery kind of steely kind of gray to the armor.
Yeah.
Some different. I don't know. I'm still thinking, debating, strategizing.
Well, for that, what I would do is prime it black and then take a makeup brush from your sister, an unused one, and dip it in some grey paint, wipe it off on some paper towel, and just flick that brush over the black primed model, and it'll pick up on the upper surfaces the grey, and that's probably a good starting point. You can run that brush over the mini just lightly, up and down, flicking it as many times as you want, and then all the details will like jump out at you in grey, and then you'll be able to like paint over that, like paint a couple of details.
Right, because that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, I don't want to, quote unquote, do a traditional kind of piece. Like, I kind of wanted to kind of put my own, like, maybe the cloak is black and the arm guards are black and the boots are black, but maybe the kind of the leather
Or
chest
you
piece
could-
got some gray in it.
You could even just paint the model grey and then water down some like blue and black ink mixed together, and just brush that over the whole model, and when it dries there'll be like a blue-black line where all the details are in all the recesses, but the original grey paint will show on the upper surfaces. We can take you through how to do stuff like that. That's pretty, it's a lot easier than maybe I'm even making it sound.
I'll be honest, boys, it does sound kind of complicated.
Yeah, they make it sound that way, but it's trust me.
I used to work on cars, so I mean, it can't be that complicated.
No, you're just pushing pigment around with a brush.
And any paint at all is great. There's no such thing as a bad paint job.
Yeah, it's better than playing with like unpainted models, right? More immersive than playing with like grey models.
Well, like if I'm gonna make a Ranger of Shadow Deep type of character, there you go, James. Then I can kind of want it to have like this kind of, maybe the darkness came through the through onto the color of the Ranger's kit. Like maybe he chose it because of the darkness he was in, But he
Yeah, I mean,
had something that was just sort of unique to that. So I don't know.
When it comes to lore, like I have a very casual, like, I'll enjoy lore and stuff like that, but making up your own is always better, right? Like, it's always more engaging. I think that's great. Like, if you're already thinking about that, it's probably a sign that you're going to enjoy yourself.
It's kind of one of those things, and Fritz has said this multiple times. I'm a role player. Like I make stories. I live in stories. It's kind of my jam. I'm a role player.
That's interesting because I'm a roll eater. I eat rolls. I think about eating rolls.
Yeah. So this paint thing's a whole different ball game, and then yeah.
You're surrounded by a loving community who take you through every step.
Yes, sir. But it's still it's something new. I mean, like I said, like normally about as extreme as I got. You know, I'm a role player. It's what I do. Like I played Pathfinder and Dungeons and Dragons and nerdy. If you want to get your group more nerdified, tell them to play Pathfinder Second Edition. It's got a lot of crunch, a lot of depth. You will.
I just got them into it. I moved them over from 5e.
Yes, yes. Well done, fam. Well done. And something else, you know, I played 5th edition for years. Played for a woman, but that's neither here nor there. And I got bored of it really quick. And Pathfinder to this day, and I've been playing Pathfinder 2 years now, it's still beefy enough to where I don't know everything. You know, it's still beefy enough where I'm a fighter main. Like, fighters are my jam. They're my kind of bread and butter. Like, I like being that front line, you know, kind of in the thick of it at all times kind of guy. And especially how Pathfinder's set, there's no subclasses for fighters. There's no subspecs. It's just, you can make it however you want it. And it's still 2 years later, I still cannot master a fighter. I'm damn good at it, but I still cannot master a fighter. So your players are going to have a blast with it. It's awesome, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, especially if you guys have like a quality GM that does like a lot of role play heavy stuff. Y'all gonna enjoy the hell out of.
Yeah, we're having a blast. So we converted mid-campaign. So it was a little odd trying to translate what we could. But yeah, I'm DMing it, and I mess up 15 things per session. But I'm getting better, and so far they seem to like it.
That's fine, nerds. Like I said, I've been a GM. I've GM'd many a thing. Many stories, werewolves, vampires, necromancers, undead, good guys turning evil. I've DM'd a lot of things. You're gonna make mistakes. That's just part of being a GM. That's in many ways, and I think that even James can testify. That's kind of a way that adds to the fun a bit. You know, ain't nothing wrong with making a mistake.
I'm a total RPG tourist though. Like, you know, my opinion doesn't really carry a lot of weighting when it comes to RPGs. Like, I'm so much more of a war gamer, and like I'm just starting to dabble in RPGs, and my in has been like skirmish games that have like RPG elements. Like, I still like the tabletop aspect, even though I'm going pretty slow. Like, you know, that's been my in. So like when you guys play these really deep mechanistic games, like my mind just freezes over.
I got you, but you know, it's kind of inverse for me. Like I'm that role player that's kind of dabbling into the, you know, exactly, squirrel. As long as the game is flowing, nerds, then you're doing a good job. As long as you're continuing, you know, like I've done this many times. Like, if you need a break to look at something real fast, have your players role play. Just have them break out into role play. Fritz does it all the time. If like he's, you know, say for example, we go left and he's not quite prepared for it, like he'll tell us, hey, y'all role play for a minute. I gotta read. Nothing wrong with that. Just have them role play because it buys you time. But the biggest thing, don't let them know that you're improvising it. Like, if you're pulling it out of the ether, you know, PG-13 chat, but if you're pulling it out of the ether, don't ever let them know. Don't, you know, like, don't even mention it. Like, act like it was just something that was just, you were the only one there, and that's it. Because if they know that you fudged something or you made something up on the fly, they gonna know about it. Like if you made up a rule just to make it up, they gonna know about it. And
If I was DMing a game, I think I would use a lot of like secret envelopes. You know what I mean? To like make random stuff happen.
I actually used a third party whenever I was doing 5e. I would actually use a third party roll table and like an encounter table, and it was like you would roll a D100 and there's your random encounter. Like if I needed something.
Those books of tables are awesome. Like I have a few now, and like I even think like they're good for like if you were writing a story, they would be good. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I have a few like set. Like I have like a VSF one and like a 30s gangster one and like a couple of medieval RPG ones and a sci-fi one. Got that one that Fritz recommended, the purple book, the Mythic game emulator, I think it's called. That's great. It's got tables for everything.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, a lot of those games come with a lot of stuff. You know, like I'm often surprised how if you just like really get stuck into the rule book, there's usually something in there to account for most events.
Oh yeah. But then again, you know, like as you know, I don't know how long you've been a GM, nerds, but you know, don't be afraid to, if you know, say for example, you've only plotted out a session for like, you know, say like it's a dungeon crawl, and halfway through the session they're done with it. Don't be afraid to just pull something out the ether. That's okay. Suddenly an NPC pops up out of the way,
No,
you know.
my table's 90% improv.
Fantastic. I'm a fan already. And hang on one second. I gotta catch up there.
That seems to be the thing that everyone talks about a lot now, isn't it? It's like being able to play the game with like minimal preparation.
Oh yeah, and just running something like Theater of the Mind. I love me some Theater of the Mind. Justin Thor LPS, I think that roll joke went right over the guy's head. Nah, I caught it, Bubby. Thor says 5e is not a game, but it's torture and bigotry, but Pathfinder kind of worse. Squirrel says Hackmaster's Away. I have not tried that yet, but it is on my bucket list, if you will. And he also says if the game is flowing, then you're doing well. Absolutely. As long as the game's flowing and everybody's laughing and joking and, you know, cutting up and all that, you're doing fantastic. Don't worry about it. And improving your way through, that's fantastic as well. Some of my best sessions that I've ever ran have just been, hey guys, y'all want to run a game? You know, y'all want to play something? Let's do it. And just pulling it out of my ass.
I got my Cthulhu RPG starter yesterday.
That's what she said. But
yeah, and I didn't realize that Fritz pointed out there's like some quite good solo adventures in there, like a good solo game.
Oh yeah.
This is my general disregard for humanity.
Oh yeah. You know, it's a solo game is just as good. You can make a solo game just as good as a game with your friends. I mean, it's in many ways it's kind of a test of your own, you know, imagination in a way.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I've played a few games where it was just kind of me. You know, like I've played a few sessions where Rangers had a deeper, it was just me and the GM, and he was kind of doing everything else, and I was playing a bunch of other characters, and I had an absolute blast. And,
well, solo gaming is most of what I do, really. You know, most of what I've done so far.
Nothing wrong with that.
I think the journaling aspect is the most fun. You know, keeping notes and keeping a diary of your victories and losses from the perspective of the general.
May 1806. The Frenchmen have pushed us far across the Rhine.
Oh my. That was kind of creepy. Like, I could listen to a whole, like, scary-ass audiobook based on that. But yeah, I mean, and something else, nerds, you know, Pathfinder is how do I say this? Compared to 5th edition, Pathfinder is deadly. I've lost many characters to Pathfinder. For various reasons. Some of them my own, some of them everything else, you know. Some of them just things didn't go my way. I had crappy dice rolls. You can ask Fritz. It happens a lot. And, so yeah, definitely, you gotta be more of a team. And improving your way through, fantastic as well. There's nothing wrong with just taking an idea and running it through in your head. Nothing wrong with that at all. What's up,
Yeah,
Arm Man?
I'm kind of a master of letting the players write their own story and think it was my idea.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm a fan already. Fritz, she's 5-star as far as I'm concerned. Arn says, hey everyone, finally taking a breather, busy day. I feel it, my brother. I feel it. It's been a long, kind of twisted, messed up kind of week. But Friday, I think Fritz and I is going to tear into some Savage Worlds, I think.
Hello, on man. I'm 2 barbarians in. 2 barbarians deep.
Rolling.
I made a 28 mil goal. That's me. I'm very pleased with that. I'll put him in the rear ranks. Be safe. Was reading the Hail Caesar rulebook last night. It's not a bad little set of rules. Quite like it, actually. Quite like it. Kind of keen to try black powder now.
Oh, my brother James.
Maybe do the American Civil War. Maybe do Malburians.
So nerds, did you say that you guys play 5e? That's what your group plays?
I've recently moved them from 5e to Pathfinder 2nd edition.
Ah, excellent. Good choice. How are they taking it? They liking it, or?
Oh, really good. What was really awesome is the experienced players. It kind of reset the playing field because nobody knew what worked and what didn't. Instead of
And how long you been doing that? Pathfinder 2 now.
uh, 6 months, maybe 7 or 8.
Fantastic. I'm really
I was
excited.
thinking about getting the beginner box.
Oh,
I do like a starter set.
that's an awesome starter box. Beginner box. That's how I started my campaign. It's been going for over 2 years now.
That's not bad mileage at all.
Absolutely fantastic. And yes, I'm excited for Kingmaker. I love me some.
I need a break.
Yes, sir.
I'll need a break after Abomination Vaults. A little bit.
Yeah, just relax.
It's all we've been playing. Little Dragonbane, little Savage Worlds, change it up.
Savage World starter is out now, isn't it?
Yeah, Fritz and I played a little bit on Foundry, just messing around. A lot of good fun there. Can't wait to.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching that one. I enjoyed it. I liked your Terugtermanner game as well.
Oh yeah, drop.
Correct, manner. Dragons and demons.
All right, well, I gotta drop, but it was good hanging with y'all.
Yep, you as well.
See you, man. Have a good evening.
See you,
Good
nerds.
work. You earned your rest. Gonna do me another barbarian. And then I'm actually gonna let the glue set today because I did everything yesterday in like one go. So I'm impatient. I did not like the result.
Yeah, but I'm excited, Fritz. We're gonna have to. I'll definitely be around Friday if you want to try something just to relax with. You keep testing the range capabilities of Savage World. Oh man, nice looking peppers there, Arn. Fantastic. Good looking onions as well. He's posting all kinds of things in the homesteading and food porn channel. Y'all should take a gander at it here in a bit. Got some good stuff going on. Squirrel. Looks like you got squirrel.
Ree's going to the hardware store tonight to get some like potting mix and stuff for our veggie garden.
There you go. What are you thinking of planting?
Well, we've just got a few planters, like, or a couple of planters, like. So probably just I've got heaps of packets of seeds. So we're just gonna put in some tomatoes and some herbs and some cucumbers and sort of see how that goes. I'm gonna put down some potting mix in the planter, but probably maybe a layer of like coconut fiber mulch first. They don't have to be super deep because they're not very tall. But it's just having those planters means that they don't get covered in pine needles like everything else in my yard.
Right. Arn says, got the onions picked and the garlic planted for next year. 54 cloves in the ground. Beautiful day here today. That's one thing I've never tried to plant is garlic.
Nice. Good for you.
We've grown a little bit of everything, but I've never tried to plant garlic. You'll have to enlighten me there, Arn. On how that's done. Thinking about planting like the little mini onions and stuff like that for next year. I've been thinking about stuff like that, you know. 'Cause the price of stuff is just going through the.
Getting wild. He is getting wild.
You ain't kidding. I gave a small braid of garlic, and my gaming friends traded a larger braid with the host's wife for a carton of 18 fresh laid eggs. Yes, Fritz, they were the delicious brown eggs.
No danka.
Prices at the grocery stores are getting crazy. Yeah, you ain't kidding, Arn. You are not kidding. That's why, really, I'm thinking about, tilling me up a little spot just for, something. So, I don't know yet.
Team for victory. Like, it's not a huge saving, but when you factor in the fact that you're just going out there and plucking it out of the ether, and if you look after them, they'll come back. It works out quite well over time. Just takes a bit of care.
Well, you gotta know what you're doing to a degree.
A little bit. A little bit. If the soil is really acidic like mine, from all the pine needles, you gotta figure something out. Because some things just don't grow. So,
So I've been thinking like self potters, like getting like 5-gallon buckets and making my own kind of, the stupid egg scare this past summer had eggs up to 4+. Yeah, they were like 483 here. Now they're back down to 120. What happened to the end of chickens as we know it? Mercy.
yes. One thing Australia exports a lot of is produce. But unfortunately, we have two major supermarket chains and not much competition. So they have been gouging customers solidly for about 2 or 3 years and posting record profits.
That's ridiculous.
Yep.
And then they wonder why everybody's, kind of complaining to raise the minimum wage, and it's like, well, price of crap would go down. James' forehead shot made him look stoic and smart. Of course, we know he is smart, but stoic? Question mark.
Reasonably so. The Willie Nelson kilt. This is Willie Nelson braid.
There you go.
Hey Kyle, what's the worst thing a groupie can hear after sleeping with Willie Nelson?
Blue eyes crying in the rain.
Nah, I'm not Willie Nelson.
Yeah, that would kind of complicate things a little bit. Just a wee bit. It says, the homesteading. I know, right?
We need to take it up a notch and start roamsteading.
Girl says, looking good.
Willie.
Beginning to feel like the garden is a necessity and not much of a hobby anymore, says Iron Man. Yeah, yeah, you ain't kidding, my brother.
Yeah.
It's definitely becoming a thing where it's kind of almost required. Yes, yeah. Yeah, squirrel, kind of almost a must. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, we're not setting massive goals with ours. We just want to supplement the grocery bill a tiny bit. You know, anything to just make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, because it isn't getting easier on its own.
No. Well, like I said, I put the rent up on my place. I don't feel great about that, but I held it pretty low for like 3 years.
There you go. Lauren says the dealership in Monroe called and tried very hard to buy my car and upgrade me to a new one. Wrong time to buy a car, so no thanks. Well, that and these newer cars, like the this year kind of cars, they're just kind of garbage. Like people are not buying them because they're breaking down. Arn says, Fritz, are you close to moving into the other house?
Yeah, I was just out there now. Getting close, getting close. Getting close. I still got to move a whole bunch of stuff out there, including the rug. I got to put carpet down in the front room, but I haven't had the time yet. I don't care if the snow is flying. But I'll be out there soon enough. Live from the new studio. I really wish somebody would teach me how to paint. Kyle, you're going to teach me how to paint.
Paint what?
Not houses, miniatures.
And there's barbarian number 3.
Great progress, James. 3 of them.
He's knocking them out.
Hot damn.
All cleaned up, all assembled.
You're a little slow on that button. Falling asleep, Kyle?
Yeah, tonight. I'll probably prime them tonight. Give them a good amount of time, because yesterday I really rushed through it and I ended up with a handful of components at one point.
You did.
As I want to do. I'm such an impatient fellow. Maybe I'm not very slow. The trick, Kyle, is not to rush or do it with the sense of the world-ending urgency that I do it.
Right.
There you go, my shield just fell off.
What are you using for glue?
To me, extra thin cement.
Ah, the old extra thin. I noticed that is a little tricky. I've done that. I'll put on the glue and press them together and they'll fall off. It doesn't seem to adhere quick enough.
No, you've
Not
got
used to
to
that.
you've got to put a tiny bit on the target. The trick is to load up the brush, wick it inside the jar, and then put a tiny bit on the target and a tiny bit on the join. And then by the time you bring them together, the plastic is like active enough, and that is like the perfect bond. And I did not do that with this, and now I'm paying for it. That's right.
A little tricky.
Back on. He's back on. We'll just leave those well enough alone, I think, for a little while. Let them actually solidify.
All right, Kyle, so now I know what you're talking about. Gotcha.
Climb them up. We'll see if we can make a warband element out of that. See how that goes.
Is that the figure you're going to buy, Kyle?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, buy a couple of them. That's a nice one. What is that, an elf?
Yeah, it is the Alistrae elf archer.
Close enough.
I've got that one.
Do ya?
And there's a dwarven wrecker, as they call it. He's got a shield and a hammer. I'm thinking about it.
Here's my dwarf.
You just walked through the house. Mm.
Have to boil the kettle.
That's alright. They love the sound of the kettle.
Yes, ambience. Kitchen ambience.
Americans don't have kettles. They're weird.
No, they got coffee
If they
makers.
did, they'd probably boil noodles in them or something. So weirdos.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you leave the Commonwealth. The first thing to go is the kettle.
Yeah, first one thing about grabbing a couple of them, maybe doing them different. Grabbing a couple of those dwarves and have a human knightly type figure. I'm thinking about picking up a couple of them.
Excellent.
You're gonna do War of 1812 Naval Brigade, Fritz. U.S. Navy. Pretty nice figures.
Yeah.
Pretty nice figures. It's like opening a chamber of horrors. Yeah, but then I've got to do the other side and then...
I get demoted from your slard to your dwarf anyway.
Yeah, you're not a slard.
Yes, ma'am.
Rumor's not true. Where's my slard anyway? You promised me a slard.
Hey, now, how you doing?
You know, the red slard from Pathfinder? Or is it in Pathfinder, or is it in, Munchins and Flaggers? Yeah.
Says went
They
to
pay
college
you in your
for art.
slard.
Squirrel says went to college for art, painting, drawing, sculpture, and visual organization, etc. Art says, Squirrel, that's really pretty. That's pretty cool.
Maybe you should go on a slard mission.
And when I go see Paul McCartney, I'll ask him for a slard.
Don't know one.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to. You can't make me.
Anyway, I'm going to stop generating background noise and virtual chat.
Sorry.
You are. No, that's not good. I'm just. Anyway. Thanks for that package, bud. Very fun.
Did he get it?
Why, hello there to you too, James.
Did he get it?
I don't know if he did or not.
I don't think so. It's kind of quick.
Yeah, that's kind of way too quick. Ooh, here's an interesting one, Fritz. Might be pretty interesting to paint. Sir Darnell the Holy. Got a lot of robe layers, though.
Robe layers? That's fun to paint. A lot of texture. That's easy. Sorry, folks. A little slow today. Slow today. I've been busy all day. I'm exhausted once again. Here we are painting minis. Oh,
I'm shopping for minis.
you're shopping for minis.
I was thinking of getting like 2 or 3 of each of those, like the holy guy, getting a couple of him, getting a couple of the elven archer, getting a couple of dwarves.
Yeah, he's cool. I like him. Yeah.
Get a dwarf.
Yeah.
I did get a dwarf, James.
You'll have fun with those, and you'll be able to use them in your Shadow Deep games, or whatever you're going to play.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
that's going to be fun. Gives you an excuse to use your camera on your computer now. Just put it on your figures as you're painting. That's all. Just get your camera going on your figures. You'd be all set, man. It'd be great. We could see you paint away.
Yeah, you're watching me struggle trying to figure out how to do it.
That's what we're all here for. You got James, you got me, Squirrel, the nerds. Got a lot of painting expertise here. Well, not me. I'm the bottom of the barrel when it comes to painting. But still, a lot of good painters here. Could help you out.
Yes, sir. You're one of the top-notch ones.
Yeah, bottom of the barrel.
Top-notch, damn it.
Barrel of bottomness, I say.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, got some more 15mm miniatures on the way. James says you are forever associated with the dwarf fighters for me. Arthurian. Yep, I played Arthurian a long time. James says I miss my 15mm. I'm a golfer. Squirrel says love you folks. James, Kyle just needs to learn to slap chop to start. Roger that.
Slap chop. I still don't know what that is.
You and me both. Like, is that some kind of like wrestling move that we're talking about? Like, are we talking about like butchering like beef here? What? Yeah.
Nobody knows really what it is. It's an old technique that's got a new name. That's all it is. People are making like it's a big deal now.
Yeah.
So are you going to start with speed paints? I don't recommend it.
No, I'm gonna try my best to do it traditionally as I can at first until I start getting more familiar with it. Then I can use, dabble in some speed paints here and there.
Yeah.
What's up, nerdy?
Start off with some basic acrylic paints like Vallejo or Army Painter, whatever. And learn the right way. Layered painting. Start with a nice base coat, then learn how to shade and how to highlight. And there you go. That's your basics of painting right there. Then you could start experimenting with different techniques and different paints and styles and later on, you know?
Yes, sir. Kind of work my way into it.
Slap chop actually works. It's not new, just a method. Only kidding. How are you doing? Says Joms. Oh, nerdy, you were just packing up, laughing out loud. I'm old-fashioned.
So am I. I'm old-fashioned on a lot of things. Better do what Fritz says, but I love messing with paints and ink, says James.
Well, James is pretty experienced. He's got all the basics down. He knows what he's doing. He's taught me some things. He's got me experimenting with all kinds of stuff here. I got glazes, mediums, airbrush paints. I've got non-metallic paints I've yet to actually experiment with. I got all kinds of stuff to mess with. Tons of inks. The fanciest I ever got with painting was a little bit of blending and some staining. I used to stain miniatures. with inks and stuff. I used to paint like that for a little bit. That's it. Tried the speed paints for a little bit, and they're okay. For me. I'm not good at it, so. I stick with the old-fashioned, tried and true layer painting.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's kind of how I'm gonna start with it too. And then, like you said, I can kind of dip my toes in later on.
You doing, Tom? Hello.
What's up, Tom? How you doing?
Experiment with paints. There you go, squirrel. Exactly. That's how I think we all learn, right? Nowadays they got YouTube videos and stuff. I forgot James wasn't in here.
Yeah.
Thought he was going to chime in there. Speed paints, I could see how they're really, really freaking useful. Because speed paints are all the rage now. That's why I keep bringing them up. I've only known 2 people that actually paint with them. Well, 3. One is Jesse. He uses them quite a bit, along with the acrylics, but he uses a lot of speed paints. Nerds, of course, uses it exclusively. And Nerds is really good at it, too. And then there's Cal. Who also is pretty much exclusively speed paints and washes. I mean, these guys are all good at it. And that's a little different painting style. Literally one coat. And of course there's things you could do with it. You could mix them. There's different effects you can get by using them. But that's stuff you learn later on, right? So I say stick with just the acrylic paints to start with.
And then I can dabble into them once I get more confident. 'Cause I have a feeling that my first couple of models are going to be like garbage.
That's okay.
So I figure it out.
Doesn't matter what other people think. You know, it's, as long as you're happy with the model, you're tops. That's all that's important. Screw what everybody else thinks. Stephen Smith uses speed paints? I guess he does. I don't know. I remember he was experimenting with them for a while there. Squirrel says, I have yet to use the speed paint.
Something to be said for nothing beats a classic.
Mm-hmm. I am speed running. I think what I need to start doing with these orcs right now is do a batch of 10 and finish them. I'm all over the place right now and it's getting confusing.
Right.
So I'll set these 10 aside and we'll finish these guys before I go on to the next batch. I think that's what I should be doing right now. Some people use oil paints. Again, they're getting special effects and there's special techniques with oils. You need things, you gotta clean them with turpentine and things like that. You know, that's a whole different ballgame. Tom says, I'll be sending you some things to help you get started, Kyle.
I appreciate it, Tom. I really do. I appreciate it greatly.
Yep, Tom is top of the ball. So, you got some paints coming. You got some miniatures coming. You've got some brushes coming. You got all kinds of stuff to get you going, Kyle. That's great, man. It's a great community here.
Well, yeah, absolutely leaps and bounds. Y'all family, each and every one of you. You know, I got James sending me paint, got Tom sending me stuff. Appreciate you guys. I really, truly do.
I'll probably send you some miniatures.
But I think I'm gonna start with those. Probably gonna get 8 of them. I'm probably gonna get 3 of each.
There you go.
9. That way, like I can paint each one of them different. It's a long day.
You okay, Kyle?
Yeah, it's just
It's kind of
a long
random.
day.
Yeah. You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there.
All right.
That new rookie tomorrow that I gotta train, and like I said, she's got a little bit of down, so I've never been around that particular, syndrome, so I'm kind of not sure what to make of that, but I'm sure we'll get there. Is that what's going?
Flow improver. Is that what it's called? That's for airbrush stuff. I don't know anything about airbrushes.
I actually got some models coming, Tom, that I'm going to experiment with. They're just the Reapers, like the little mini kind of throwaway guys. Fritz said they're kind of disposable, kind of in a way.
What, the models?
Yeah.
No, these are top notch.
Gotcha.
Disposable. Like, what are you thinking when you say disposable? Like, you just throw them in the garbage.
No, like I could mess them up and not be out,
Yeah.
50, 60, 70 bucks. Like I can mess these up and learn with these guys because they're like $3 a piece.
Yeah. But you'll do a good job on them. And you can always repaint them if you make a mistake.
Yeah.
You could paint over your mistakes. It's not a big issue. And you could strip them of paint too. And start over. There's a way to strip paint from a model. Sometimes it's just a warm brush and some I don't know, what would you use to strip paint? Acrylic paint? Alcohol? And others things you can use to strip paint from a model.
James says you can strip them with LA Awesome Cleaner.
There you go. If you need to do that. You're going to be fine though, Kyle. You're not going to have any junkers. But yeah, Tom's offering to send you some extra stuff too for the lizard people. That's excellent.
I appreciate it. I really, truly do.
Mineral spirits work well. Okay. There are no mistakes, just happy little accidents. That's right, nerdy.
Mineral spirits, because that's what a lot of the parts washers use for, like, in the automotive cleaning and stuff, and it cuts through grease and grime like you wouldn't believe.
There you go.
So, yeah, why wouldn't it work for paint?
Nerdy Ogre's a painter. Nerdy Ogre needs some paints and miniatures too. He's starting from scratch.
Careful with plastic. Yeah, it can eat plastic. Yes, it can.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You gotta use the right stuff, I think, on these type of figures, the plastics that you're working with. Whatever they're made of. Some kind of plastic hybrid paint or plastic going on. Hybrid.
Yes, sir. Yeah, because mineral spirits will actually eat rubber, and I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, if it can eat rubber, then we gotta be real careful in PVC. So the plastic it pays to varnish them. Roger that, James. I appreciate it.
Yeah, one thing you'll want to do once you're finished painting a model is you're going to want to seal them. Especially if you use them for gaming, where you're handling them a lot. So sealing them will protect your paint. And especially with pliable models like these, you definitely want to seal them because the bending will crack the paint and it might chip off. So sealing is a good thing to do. And you can brush that on or you can spray it on. There's sealers that you could get. Army Painter has a spray that's called Sealer. They have brush-ons as well. They're easy to get. A varnish is basically a sealer.
Okay, all right. I'm following along.
And they're flat, so they don't leave a shine behind. Army Painters is actually called a de-shine, but it's essentially a sealer. It'll take away any shine the figure has. Like if you're using inks or something, they could be shiny. So you don't want that. You want a nice flat look to your figures. Yeah, when you get there, we'll make sure you got what you need to seal them.
Oh yeah, like I can run up to Hobby Lobby here.
Yeah, you can get them there.
Uniontown, and I can go up there and get some stuff.
Mm-hmm. Just a coat of gloss and a coat of matte with those, either brushed or sprayed. Allah willing. Allah. Where's this? I will need to show you got what you need. Yeah, well, I'll make sure you get what you need. Kyle is our experiment. See if we can sculpt a perfect painter of wargaming models.
Well, I definitely appreciate it, all of you. I really do. Kind of weird being on the receiving end of the.
Ain't it?
Really weird. It will be weird, but we'll get there. Oh, and speaking of which, Fritz, I got a new recipe, but I gotta find it. A peanut butter fudge recipe.
Oh.
You make it in the microwave, and I gotta find it again and pin it.
My microwave blew up.
That solves that problem.
So don't rush. But yeah, definitely get it. I'll have to get a new microwave pretty soon. Thum. Tom says, I get most of my paints and brushes from Hobby Lobby. Vallejo and cheap Chinese paint brushes are my go-to. It's Jesse.
I go to Hobby Lobby for a lot of my sewing supplies and stuff if I need to needle and thread or something.
Mm-hmm.
They're awesome for that.
Let's get some leather brown. We're going to use saddle brown. I'll show you. If I can remember, I'll get my very first figure I ever painted. I have a few of them. My first figures I ever painted. I still have them. You see how I started? I actually started. My first figures I ever painted. Proper gaming miniatures were actually painted with oil paints. You know, we're talking canvas painting here because my sister's an artist. So oil paints out of the tube were readily available. And man, they took days to dry. It was ridiculous. And it's very clumpy and stuff. It's not very smooth. And yeah, not the best stuff to use. It took forever to dry. When I had the house fire, they were the figures that actually melted, and the paint was left behind, so they were just husks. There was nothing inside; it was just a husk of paint on the outside of the model. It was crazy. There's nothing inside the model, but it had this shell of paint over top of them. You could see them. There's nothing in there. So that's interesting. Yeah, the heat melted the lead. Yeah, back then we had lead miniatures.
Yes, sir. James says, I clean and condition my brushes all the time, though, so they last. Oil washers are great. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna bow out here and go eat. I have not ate today. I just remembered, and then I'm gonna get a shower and crash.
All right, Kyle, you got another day of work tomorrow. Good luck with that.
Oh, yeah, I got 2 more to go.
All right.
And then, yeah, Friday night I'm free. I can stay up late,
Well,
and will do so.
today's Wednesday, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right, my friend. I'll talk to you again soon. See you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'll be around. You know me.
Yep.
But y'all be careful. Be safe. I appreciate y'all once again. I love you as always, and I'll see y'all in the mo.
Take care, Kyle. There we go. There we go. Is anybody else streaming tonight? Am I the only one? I think those guys do the gatekeepers thing. Oh. I'm painting shingles again. Just 300 per side. Later, 79 pack brushes, 0 double. Yeah, Kyle's showing me the figures he's going to be grabbing from Reaper. Pretty nice. Quite heroic. He'll have fun with those. He'll be all in, man, once he starts taking the brush to these little guys. sponge worthy. I have no sponge. Sponge brush, the mighty sponge brush. Anybody use sponge brushes? Great for weathering. Instant chipping brush, that's what that is. Man. Got my copy of 1685 rules, James. It's the first hobby product I've bought in probably months. Months. I haven't bought anything new. I got that today. It's nice to have again. I'll have to show it off. I got the original. But that was through a fire, so that's not in the best shape. Oh, man. Get this done here. I'm going to use that for my Napoleonics. Man, I haven't touched my Napoleonics in a long time. I will, though. Okay. Not too bad. Got a little more. Immature sponges are even good for painting shields, in my humble opinion. Oh, wow, cool. That's very disciplined. Maybe I'll go downstairs and pull it out of the package and show it off. I got it sitting down there. Do a little flip through. Yeah, I haven't bought anything. I think the last game I bought, the last hobby item that I've bought was Pike and Shot, GMT Games. Yeah, that was the last thing I bought. Busy paying bills. Almost done here. All right. Yeah, I got autofocus on, but it's not. There we go. He's a nasty fella. $28 mil. Realize you want a varied army. Period. Honestly. Oops. Now the camera's totally fogged. Wolfen. No, those are pig-faced orcs. Let me go down and get that book. I'll bring it up here. Let's move this around so I don't get paint all over things. All right, give me a minute. I'll go down and grab it. It's not even out of the package. Compass games, board game stuff. Games. I'll have to look at that later. Anyway, that's Compass Games, little flyer. Here we go. Here it is. Phil Barker's Horse and Musket Wargaming Rules, 1685 to 1845. 1979 these were published. First published in 1979, these rules were revolutionary for their time. They were written to allow wargamers to replay even the largest battles from the horse and musket era, 1685 to 1845. This popular set of rules were in use primarily for 7 Years' War and Napoleonic Wars for over 25 years. Standard six-sided dice were used throughout, and the rules incorporated an alternate move system. Alternate basing and scales were supplied for figures ranging from 5mm to 30mm. The approximate ratio was one figure representing 40 to 50 men. This scale made it feasible to recreate historical battles upon the tabletop at the grand tactical level. Wargamers used them for Marlborough's battles, the Highland Rebellions, the battles of Frederick the Grossen, in addition to the 7 Years' War, the War of the American Independence, campaigns in India, the French Revolutionary Wars, and Napoleonic Wars. The rules included 3 pages of specimen army lists for Marlborough era, the 7 Years' War, and the early Indian Wars, India. The rules are published by the History of Wargaming Project as part of its work to make key developments in the hobby available once again. So I have the original, but this is the John Curry edition. So there they are. No play sheet, I guess. They are in the back. Little bibliography. Here's the sample lists. I can't get the camera right, but there's the... Why is that so freaking washed out? Anyway. Of course, there's no pictures in these books. Solid text. Old school. Who needs pictures? It's a total of 63 pages. Rules and lists. Yeah, I was really into these back in the day. It was always a dream of mine to actually be able to play them. So I got it. I'm going to be using those. So there you go. I finally bought something for my hobby. I'm curious about one thing. Let me look real quick. Basing figures. Figures must be fixed on rectangular bases of specific size, cut to thin card or similar material. Plastic card is not suitable, being too slippery and to stand securely on model hills, as well as being much more expensive than the alternatives. Visual effect is enhanced by disguising these bases with scenic flock or plastic wood. Ideally, most bases should have the number of figures needed to make up one of the combat elements, which are an important feature of these rules. One element per unit being subdivided into single figure bases so that casualties can be removed. Regular infantry should have 4 figures to a base unless trained to skirmish. If so trained, they should be mounted 2 and 2 on half-size bases, which can be left in contact in close formation or moved apart to become two skirmishing elements. So that answers my question. Base sizes. So let's say we've got a French line battalion representing. They're regulars. They're going to be on 4-figure bases. 4 figures per base. We're going to use 25 millimeters. So that means the base size is 60 millimeter frontage by 40. No, wait a minute. Close order regulars. Okay, 60 millimeter by 20 millimeter bases. So 6 by 2 centimeters. All right. 60 mil by 20 for 4 figures. Boy, that's tight. Of course, this is, rules back in the day. There was no 28 mil figures back then. They were all 25s. DBMM. The greatest set of ancient medieval rules ever published. The greatest. The army lists are amazing. What documents? What documents? The 1685 rules? I don't think I have a PDF for them. Or do I? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. There's a head on the end of this. Let's paint this guy's skull cap. Or his arming cap, I should say. So I've got Battalion Pure. I've got Empire 3rd or 5th. Is it 3rd edition or 5th? I don't remember what edition it is. I think it's 5th. So I got Empire, Battalion Pure. I've got Wargame Research Group. As well as some other rules for my project. So, yeah. Excellent.
Hello, Fritz.
Who's that? Tom?
Yeah.
How you doing, Tom?
Well, not a whole lot. Painting shingles again.
You are.
Hopefully one of these years,
Shingles.
this tiny little cabin.
There we go. I can't see who joins the chat. I'm blind.
I waited till you were deep in.
Yeah.
Snuck in.
Yeah, sometimes I jump when that happens. People come in and I don't get any notification. There's no alert or any that somebody joins. And yeah. Guys can
So I should yell next time.
Yeah, I didn't jump that time. I'm surprised actually. I've had people come in and scare the hell out of me. It's like, wow, I wasn't ready for that.
Well, you're in luck. I didn't yell that loud.
No, you didn't. So how's it going, Tom? All things good in the world?
Oh, it's going. It's not too bad.
Good.
Not perfect, but it's not too bad.
Good.
Yeah, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Be nice to actually be painting some figures again instead of constantly messing with this little building, but it's quick and easy to start working on it. Pick back up and clean up from, so.
Uh-huh.
But I'm on the last side of the roof, so who knows? With a little luck. In another year or so, I should have it finished.
Yeah, one more year will do it. Little at a time, you'll get there. General Darmay. Oh yeah, General Darmay, I've got that. That's an essential game to play.
So the rules you got are for more grand campaign rather than like a skirmish?
Yeah, big battles.
You like your big battles, my friend.
I do. Bring on the big battles. Skirmishing has its place, though.
Yeah, it's nice to see you finally come around to that a little bit. Just slightly, but a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never been a fan of it, but, you know, it has its purpose. It has its uses, I guess.
Well, when we don't have armies of figures painted, Fritz, it's helpful.
I know.
We can't all be as amazing as Fritz.
I'm not that good. I just paint stuff for other people. I don't get to play with this stuff.
Yeah.
My collection is tiny compared to you guys.
Well, still contemplating having you
Yeah.
paint those black walks for me.
Yeah.
For the place.
Leave it to Tom. We're gonna throw
It's gotta
some.
be a fun one.
Yeah. Yeah. You can sit there and watch and cackle to yourself.
That would be worth every penny just that alone.
Yeah, boy.
Painting jets. How's your commission going, Fritz?
Yeah. How's that working
Those
out?
kills?
Well, you get to see me doing it live. All my frustration
Better you than
pouring
me.
out. Yeah.
So what kind of figures did Kyle get from Reaper? I'm assuming fantasy with his
Yeah.
taste.
Yeah, fantasy. There's some generic hero types, that kind of thing.
Well, I know.
They're nice.
I'm sure they're probably worth something to somebody, but I probably won't do anything with the lizard men. So I'm like, well, I know he likes fantasy.
Yeah, there you go.
Some of my unpainted lizard men.
There you go. Send him off to him. He'll paint him up. I'm doing that myself. I got some stuff I'm sending off to folks I'm never going to paint, never going to use or anything.
Yeah.
Somebody else have them. Enjoy them.
Yeah, I think the initial Warhammer pack I got was the Britannians and the Lizardmen
Mm-hmm.
for the old Warhammer.
Yeah, I remember that.
Set, so
5th edition.
keep the Britannians. Yeah, I'll keep the Britannians. They
Bretonians.
could potentially.
Britannians.
Thank you. Same difference. Tomato.
Close
tomato.
enough. There you go. Bunch of knights.
Yeah, exactly. I think I could actually use those. But the Lizardmen, I don't know. I feel like that would be better suited for you or for Kyle. So
Yeah, Kyle appreciate him. Give him something to practice on at least. You know, as he builds his collection, he gets immersed in this miniature wargaming part of the hobby. Yeah, he's going to be introduced
what
to.
does he do? He's always got to take off early. What does he do for a living?
He works at he's maintenance for a university down there in West Virginia.
Okay, I think he's told me that before.
University of West Virginia, I guess. So. Yeah. That's what he does. He just started a few months ago. He's doing pretty good with it. I guess the pay's pretty decent, so.
I started with this company. I thought I was going to be doing HVAC and electrical, but I've actually been doing mostly plumbing.
Huh.
They only have one plumber. He's a master plumber, but they only have one, so not my favorite thing to do, but I do. The guy I work with is rather entertaining, so
There you go.
it's not all bad. He spends most of the day informing me about how he's going to quit. Never does.
One of those, yeah.
Yeah.
Spotifyers. What's that in here? What is that? I don't know what that is.
What are you working on, James?
I think he's doing his Gaul and Roman armies. He just got some Warlord games.
Yeah, 28mm galls today.
Yeah, starter box. That'll keep him busy. That's a lot of models.
From where? War Games Factory or
That's Warlord games. They're starter for
Warlord Games?
yeah for Caesar's War and Gaul.
Ah, yeah. They've got some pretty good buildings for that, too.
Yeah.
I never finished this cabin. I'm going back to my Sarista Precision tables of
Yeah.
customizing. I did 4 layers of shingles yesterday.
Yeah.
So if I can get another 4 down, I may be close to finishing off this roof.
Yeah. Good riddance.
Right?
Yeah. Get this the hell out of away from me. Done.
Yeah, right. Then dry brush the top of these shingles and sprinkle a little glue, a little green foliage for a rotting roof, and
There you go.
move on with my life. And seal it all.
Move on
And
with
then
your
never
life.
touch this cabin. Never touch this cabin again. Set it on a shelf. Don't you dare think about using that.
That's it. Damn.
Spend too much time on that. I'll just buy a paper cabin.
Yeah.
It took me 8 years to complete.
Paper terrain, that's the way to go. Print it out, fold it up, throw some glue at it, boom. Move
You're
on.
Done. Yeah.
Only took 15 minutes. How do you like that, bitches?
One of my favorite scholastic purchases when I was a kid was a think it's a Crusader castle in like Iran,
Mm-hmm.
but it was a book, and it was the paper castle, had the figures, it had like catapults, trebuchets, everything. It's a pretty intricate little thing, but it was just paper and glue. A lot of time, but about half the time I spent on these shingles.
Yeah, Tom's doing AWI, a little bit of gunfighters from the Old West too. Possibly some 100 Years' War.
Yeah, I would love to get into some medieval stuff eventually.
But I'm eating strawberry jam on toast.
That's okay. Bring it on.
Yeah, you have to forgive me because I haven't eaten today. So, Tom, I was going to ask you. You do American War of Independence and French Indian War, don't you?
Yeah, that's my my first project. Currently finishing.
That's like your ongoing kind of run, like your life's work. I'm a bit like that with I didn't intend to start that way with English Civil War, but it's kind of becoming that way where I'm like, I really have to like represent a lot of different units. So, yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. But I just started Ancients. I just like, the mood just took me and I was like, this is a great starter box. I'm gonna get it. Yeah.
Oh, that's what got me stuck on Great Escape Games Dead Man's Hands. So
Oh yeah.
I started this,
Yeah,
and then I
there's
got
like
into
a
Dead
box
Man's
of,
Hands.
they do like a box of cowboys, don't they? There's like 20 in
Yeah.
they do like a really good multi-part kit, don't they?
They do gangs, so this how their game system's set up. So I think it's 7 or 8 figures for a
Mhm.
gang, and then they have sporadics. There can be kind of like one little hero character.
But they actually made a box. They actually made a box set for that game, didn't they? That was like really good value. It had like heaps of extra.
Yeah,
figures
well,
and
you
stuff.
could the starter. Yeah, you got. I think I actually bought the duel for a friend of mine, but I think he since lost most of his. But it gave you 2 sets of rules, the cards for 2 people to start, and then like all 4 starter gangs. So I split that with him. So he got 2 of the starter gangs, and I got the other 2 starter gangs. So I think he
See,
got
I want
Outlaws.
to. I want to
Outlaws
integrate
and
some kind of.
Sheriffs, and I got the
Oh, yeah.
Cowboys and I don't know. He got 2 of them, and I got 2 of them. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I wanted some of those for like just like pulp games, you know, like because I really like that sort of thing, little pulp skirmish games. It's almost like an RPG.
Yeah, it's very different than like a typical wargaming game. You know, it's skirmish, but yeah, it's very kind of Pulp Fiction sort of. You know, kind of over the top with the antics or whatever. If you shoot, then you have to roll, or you have to do something to see if there was a ricochet. So the more stuff you have in the way, the more NPCs you have kind of around, kind of changes the storyline for you. So
Yeah. See, I want to add 2 more vectors of like wargaming. Like I want to do a horse, foot, and guns game eventually, but I kind of want to get out of Europe because like everything I'm doing is in Europe. You know.
yeah.
It's like you always end up somewhere around the Mediterranean, like, you know, like.
You can't go wrong with that.
Sure, but I mean, like, I don't know, just for like a change of setting almost. Like, I've considered American War of Independence. I'm probably more inclined to French Indian War, and I'm on a really weird like Alamo kick at the moment, which is probably really funny to Americans. Like, they're probably like, oh, that's, you know, school grade history stuff, but I'm really enjoying. I just like the red shirts. Like,
Oh, well, you
it's
have
much
to
fun
remember that, Alamo. Come and take it.
It's much funkier than like the Confederate uniform. You know, you got your Louisiana Grays, And then you got the Mexicans who are like done up like Napoleonic dudes.
Oh yeah,
Holy
exactly.
Like
That was kind of their last bastion into having a formidable army, if you will.
yeah.
And the Alamo history is pretty interesting because it was a American colony, or not really. It wasn't really the territory that they let American settlers settle into.
Yeah.
They kept getting attacked by Native American bands, so the Mexican army loaned them the cannons, and some of the muskets to defend themselves there at the Alamo. And then once the dispute happened as far as who owned what land and who should be where, then the Mexican army showed up. No, give us back that cannon. And that's when they raised that Molan Labe, come and take
There
it.
were a lot of Mexicans on the Texian side as well, weren't there? Like,
oh yeah, because that had been integrated for a couple of generations by that point.
Mm.
So like any good American conflict, there's really no good guy or bad guy. It's a little bit of both.
I love that though. I love finding that out. Like, that's the most rewarding thing about the historical gaming thing is I always go in with a set of impressions. And they're always,
your initial impressions aren't always, yeah.
Yeah. Like, one conflict that I'm really interested in is like the war in the Sudan between Britain and the Mahdi.
Yeah.
And man, it's like you've got a very Hollywood presentation of it, but it's like these guys were running like a sophisticated like river kind of commando operation on the British for a little while there. It's like, and it's very easy to look at it like even through the other framework of going, oh, this is just a colonialist battle or whatever, but one of the main complaints of the Mahdi's faction was that the British had outlawed slavery. So, it's like I love going in and realizing, wow, there's so many layers of like actual complexity here, and it's just like really you just see it's a point of tension. It's a point of tension in the fabric of history, like it's not like there are really good guys or bad guys. There's just human beings with like strong disagreements and like obstructing interests and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, and you're talking about the Civil War. I mean, it's the same thing. So many different conflicts, whether it be in the United States or abroad. It kind of just depends on your perspective. But everybody always thinks they're right. So and once you kind of delve into some of that history of that, you realize it's not so
Confederates had the
black
most,
and white.
The Confederates had the most ethnically diverse generals out of the two factions. They had Native American general, they had Europeans, they had people who were like native to the South. It's like the northern states were some of the last. The northern states were some of the last to get rid of actual slaves. Like, it's very complex. Like there were even disagreements about railway gauges, for God's sake. Like just layers and layers of like, tension between these two kind of nations in a nation.
Yeah, well, and it's also like I said, not always so cut and dry as far as what the actual facts are. You had that conflict and that dispute could have been ended day one, but it wouldn't have gone how everybody wanted it to go or how history would, because the Confederacy beat the crap out of them day one. They could have marched on Washington and taken it, but they turned around and marched back to Richmond.
They punched so far above their own weight, it's ridiculous. They were never like, they were always sort of like 100 miles away from like the opposing capital. Like, that's not too bad.
And it is kind of ironic how close they sat, wasn't it? Yeah.
But yeah, I don't mind a bit of Americana. I'm less into the Wild West and more into the kind of Last of the Mohicans kind of early period and the Civil War, of course. But
Spider-Man.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always liked Western movies and stuff. So for me, once I saw that Great Escapes game, that was like, this is right up my alley. Then shortly after I started getting into it, they released a Chicago Way,
I got
which I
that.
thought was very. Yeah, I know. I was totally jealous when I saw you getting that stuff. Like, man, I got into the wrong one. I would really like to do some bootlegging.
Yeah. There's another game. If you ever want to get into that, there's 2 games you should have in your collection. One is Chicago Way. It's got a little deck of cards and good stuff. It's a great game. It's based on the Old West shoot-up that you're talking about. Same kind of mechanics.
Yeah.
The other one is by
I know
Osprey. A good friend of mine wrote the book. What's it called? It's an Osprey game. It's a hardback, and it is so complete. It's a complete game with campaigns and everything in it, where you can be bootleggers, you could be, the gangland guys, the good guys, whatever.
So the same Prohibition era.
It's called something in machine guns, Mad Dogs and Machine Guns, I think, something like that. It's from Osprey, so it should be easy to find. That's definitely worth having. You got 2 games there, playing with your 28 millimeter models or whatever. Good stuff. I have
Yeah,
both.
I do enjoy Great Escape games. Integration with like a lot, like that one. They did a bunch of cars and.
Talk about skirmish games.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I quite like interwar period and late 19th century as well, like late 19th century Europe, like Franco-Prussian. I'm kind of trying to avoid doing Napoleonics because I realize like what a big commitment it really is, and I just don't need that on top of the.
Oh, it's big.
You don't need that.
I've got a lot of fantasy. I've got a lot of fantasy armies. I'm getting into ancients. I've got a lot of English Civil War figures, and I've got some 40k figures and some other sci-fi figures.
You've learned from Fritz that the Napoleonics just don't stop. Once you get in there, there's just no ending it because there's so many countries.
Well, it's like to make the most to really make the most of Napoleonics. Like you really do have to kind of pick a year and build a small detachment around that year, and then pick another, like maybe a bit later, and build another detachment around that, and kind of use them together as a big army. Really, that's the most practical thing to do, right? Is build like a detachment of earlies and a detachment of lates.
You have to buy so much French artillery to make it worthwhile.
Yeah.
And all the limbers, you got to buy all the limbers.
Compromise.
You got to buy all the limbers, James.
So if you do Prussians,
6 horses
if you
each.
do Prussians, right? If you do Prussians, you might do like, I don't know, 12 bases of like muskets with the tricorn, and then like move on to your Landwehr and your Fusiliers of like, later on. I'm just, the thing that puts me off Napoleonics is like, so many entry points are just focused on Waterloo, which, I get it. And like, I'm an Anglophile and I live in Australia, but like, I don't just want to build multiple British armies from like different periods in history. People will think I have a problem. But
Right. You've got issues.
It's the same as if it's just like, if I just collected like every possible Nazi unit, like, you're like, is he okay?
It's the flag and uniform. It's too
just do like fry my eggs in the uniform in the morning.
It's Always Sunny episode. We kept eating his cereal with the hat on.
I remember going to a goth club and they had some like famous like English DJ playing there for the night, and he was wearing like a German officer's uniform. He looked very sharp, but it was like kind of scary at the same time. It's like,
Kind of off-putting at the
Yeah, I was just like, I just wore like a black t-shirt. So like, you know,
Is he going to call for my extermination or play a really good song?
well, it's just like back then. I think he was just being a goof, but like nowadays it would be like such a charged event. Like
Oh yeah.
people would be like flying off the handle in all directions, and But back then it was just like, oh, that's an interesting outfit. Anyway.
We robbed a museum on the way here.
Yeah. It's a very strange man. But yeah, like so many of those Warlord starter sets are like great value, but they are very like British focused. And I have nothing against the Brits. I will play like British armies in various games, but I don't want to only collect the Brits. You know what I mean? It's kind of boring.
Mm-hmm.
You would think for British soldiers. That's fine, James. Just admit it.
No, I would really love to do like British in North Africa. Like that would be sweet. Definitely, like if I did World War II, I would do North Africa for sure. The whole desert thing. Some like long range patrols, skirmishing it out.
You don't have to go specifically red uniforms. You could do. You could do that, or I guess that's a Zulu stuff, but that was on red uniforms as well.
If I was gonna do the classic British France matchup, I would do Normans v Anglo Danes, or maybe Melburians. Like sort of like a War of the Spanish Succession.
Okay.
Late 17th, early 18th century.
I'd like to do some medieval period, but I've kind of stuck it a little where I've stuck in at, so.
Yeah. I'll just continue to accumulate and bust things out. I just want it all.
Taunting Fritz
just
with
want it
painting
all.
kills for me.
Yeah.
Well, I did work alongside him for an hour with my hand cramped up. So he's continued at it though. He knows he's got to crack the whip.
Well, I've done a layer and a half. I'm still doing shingles right now.
I think if I did horse, foot, and guns, I would do like maybe a really small Alamo skirmish band, or like maybe.
Yeah, that wouldn't be
maybe,
bad. You could do a lot of different things with that. There were, as far as Alamo, or whoever was inside the Alamo, there wasn't a lot of specific uniform.
Mm-hmm.
So you could use those for skirmish games, whether it be more like the Dead Man's Hand. You don't have to specifically use those characters or those figures. You always just buy the book and use whatever figurines you want.
I was thinking either that or French Indian War.
I think the Plains Wars would be kind of interesting too.
Is that Apaches versus U.S. cavalry, sort of the 1870s,
Yeah.
1880s? Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's something. I've got 2 projects I've been working on for decades, James. 2 projects, writing projects, game design projects, 2 eras I have been working on. One of them is Ancient Naval Combat. I've been working on rules for that for a long time, and I still have them. I tinker with them. But the other one is close to my heart, and I never talk about it. And it's the Plains Indian Wars and Campaigns.
Ooh, really?
And yes. And one of the cool things that I'm utilizing in these rules is that the tribes, the various indigenous tribes through different ages, are reflected in the rules. So Apaches are different from, say, Cherokee, which were their deadly enemies at one stage. Cherokee being very much dominated by horse riding warriors. They were probably the best at horse riding. But there's all kinds of little things that makes the tribes different. So you could actually, if you wanted, play out some of these brutal battles between, say, the Apaches and Comanche. They fought a lot of wars against each other, and also the Mexicans.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what I'm kind of wanting to do with it. But whether or not that ever sees completion, who knows? But it'd be fun.
Well,
It'd be awesome.
If you can just print up some dudes for that, like, 15 or something.
Yeah.
And some like rocks and some cacti,
Mm-hmm.
all on the one base plate. Like, yeah, I think you could probably do it.
It'd be fun.
Yeah, I could go for some decent Apache where they're wearing like half the uniforms of whoever they've killed and conquered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, give them, don't just give them bows, although you have to have a bow unit just for fun. Have a trio of bowmen.
Yeah, the Comanche and Apache were great at adapting, learning and adapting off of wherever they fought. Yeah, the Cherokee were just amazing. They were often said they were born on the horse. So.
And you can use the terrain for North Africa or sci-fi games.
Yeah.
Just change the buildings, like,
Not a space rock anymore. It's a desert rock.
I used to joke about that one, like, mud brick desert hut that everyone has that's just good for everything. Like,
Looks good for Tatooine.
Orcs
it's
too.
like, it's an orc stronghold, like, it's an adobe house, like, it's a Roman villa, but in the east, like, that kind of thing. It's where Rommel is hiding.
Oh boy.
I have mixed feelings about that. I'm like, I almost bought Oliver Cromwell the other week, and I was like, oh, but he was a bit of a bastard. I might leave him out. He's not very popular with most people I bring him up with. Even now, I'm like, that Oliver Cromwell, he was a right bastard.
Yeah, true. I'll have to bring that up with Ian, see where he sits. He is around,
He's roundhead to the core.
He is. He's proud of it.
Even though I'm a royalist, I have like hardcore. I have to do need to be restored.
Yeah,
immediately.
same with me.
Like total Jacobite, but at the same time, like with my English Civil War Army for Parliament, I haven't been neglecting it. I've been giving them all the sneaky bastard units like long riflemen and petardiers and stuff like that. All the anarchic weapons and creatures and whatnot.
Future project.
And I do have Prince Rupert and Boy, his dog.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a scary war dog, he's a little terrier.
Yeah.
The best.
You have those?
Yeah.
What, in
And
28?
on the,
28 mil?
yeah, and on the Parliament side I have the Earl of Essex. But I'm thinking about getting Hazelrig, because I've got a particular fondness for Hazelrig when it comes to Parliament.
You do.
Cuirassiers. He got wounded in the head, but his helmet was so thick. I mean, people forget that plate armor was getting like extra treatment. So basically galvanizing it at that point. It was cut above, even though it was being used less and less, it was like a cut above a lot of earlier medieval armor that might be more covering. I could place it,
Used to play Axis and allies with the Russian, German, British, Japanese
lacquer it.
person. However, I doubt it will ever happen. My dream game is to play Axis and Allies with a Russian, German, British, and Japanese person. However, I doubt it will ever happen. So the Japanese player would be playing the Japanese. The British player would be playing the British side. Yeah, I guess that's a goal.
You need to set that up, Fritz.
Did you guys hear that?
No.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh.
Yes, what you said. Sorry.
What, did it get funky?
Yeah, it did for a second.
I heard what you said, Fritz.
Oh.
I said you should make that happen.
Oh.
One thing that I noticed was that
Oopsie.
North Star have for their cowboy games some Australian bushrangers and some like 19th century bush police and like Aboriginal trackers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You could use Wild West terrain with those like that. I'm like, maybe I'll do an Australian Wild West game.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be cool.
Our history has like similar elements in it, you know. Obviously, it's a different like country, but
You got to get the guy dressed up in the full metal outfit.
yeah, well, yeah, there is a figure of him and his gang, and they're all like wearing iron buckets on their heads with like face plates welded onto them. And yeah, I mean, apparently he didn't wear the armor until much later, but yeah, he's famous for having like hammered together steel and iron and kind of made a suit of armor that made him invincible to like police shooting at him. But yeah, I think that would be quite fun.
Like what happened in LA in the early 90s. The two guys loaded up robbing the bank.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, we had a bit of the kind of cattle rustling frontier as well. Ned Kelly himself was a like consummate horse thief, and had shot various policemen in pursuit of him.
Ponsonby.
Well, that's the cabin I'm working on. I can use that. Started building it for my
Ponsonby.
American War of Independence, but yeah, I can use it for my Wild West stuff and literally anything after that. So
AWI is another interesting one because you've basically got a German army acting as the British and a British army acting as the first Americans, like in the formal sense, you know.
And what would
Kinda
be
funny.
eventually the Americans would be the rebels or the
Yeah, kind of funny. Like, you know, but that's the joy of it. It's like history has layers. It's like, you know, your opinion might just stay the same, but it's like richer, you know?
Oh yeah, and that was kind of my thought when I started doing my AWI, is that I could do the French and Indian Wars, like you mentioned, or even go, you know, take some of the pieces all the way to 1812, the War of 1812.
I had always assumed that Last of the Mohicans was a really sappy love story, and I'd never bothered watching it. And I watched it a couple of months ago, and it like blew my mind. You know what I mean? I was like, this movie is so good. I was like on the edge of my seat. I was like, you know, like the whole time. And I was like, the scenery is amazing. You know, yeah, I'm here for it. It's sick. The siege. Love a log fort.
Oh yeah.
That's everyone's dream, really, is the log fort.
I would like to make a decent like a star fort, you know, the heavily fortified
Yeah. Because you
Colonial
can use that
so
for
forth.
pike and shot too,
Oh yeah.
which is like my thing weirdly, even though it's just kind of a bunch of dudes standing around trying to maneuver around each other slowly.
Before they figured out to attach a bayonet to the rifle. Oh. The pikemen and the
fuck.
shooters.
Before like a rifle became like a reliable thing, it's like
Yeah.
musket's kind of supplementary, you know. Eventually,
Well,
like,
yeah.
in the simplest set of rules I have, which is like 1 hour war games, it's like ridiculously simple. Like you could play it with a child, but I always found it interesting as a kind of primer for different periods and a kind of outlay for like how different troops behave. And it's like if you roll a 1 to hit with your pike block with your shot, they're out of ammo for the rest of the game, and you can only use it as a melee unit.
Well, that's why they stood in lines so close to each other and
Mm.
fired in volleys. Those things
Yeah.
weren't exactly that accurate.
Yeah, and the burning match, it's like, by the time American War of Independence rolled around, it's like, that thing's a melee weapon anyway, like, you know?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Warlord do some great sets with the terrain, like the Liberty or Death box. Even though some of the minis, like, they do this thing where they recycle, they'll introduce new minis, like the Romans I have a new, but the Gauls I have are old, so they're a little bit shrinky dinks. Like, compared to the modern scale, you know?
Well, I was looking for a decent company to buy miniatures off of when Warlord Games acquired War Games Factory. So I was buying up boxes of War Games Factory. I don't know if Fritz remembers this or not, but I was buying up boxes of War Games Factory, and then Warlord Games bought them out. And there was, I don't know, a period of like 6 to 8 months to where you couldn't get, and it wasn't available through Warlord Games, and War Games Factory wasn't, they'd been bought out, so they weren't producing and selling anymore in the US. But I was so disappointed because I was able to buy something that I liked, that was reasonable on price, that I liked the detail of, that was, you know, based here in the States, and then it got bought out by a UK company and had to wait forever for them to get all the logistics figured out. I'm like, the company is here. They have to ship, you know, they have to make them, ship them there because they're now the distributor, which I understood. War Games Factory, you know, they were a smaller setup, and they didn't really have the distribution hub.
Well, sometimes when you
Warlord
look
Games
at
did.
companies, like Games Workshop, you sort of wonder why they don't manufacture like in a second place as well to keep abreast of all their orders, you know.
Yeah, a cheaper version of their own stuff, like the A and B.
Not even just making it like having a second factory somewhere, like to keep it. Because every time they put something out, they kind of exploit the scarcity of certain product. You know, like they get everyone to buy in.
That's what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they did a good job with their pictures, and they're setting up the terrain and getting you hooked on the thought of buying the armies off of them. And then you go to the store, and they only have this many.
Mine doesn't look like that, not yet, anyway. It will one day, but I'm still getting there.
Do you do any 40K or anything? What are you doing?
Yeah, a little bit. I got back into it around, like, when I knew 10th was coming out, I rushed out and got, like, 9th, just for the minis, and I was like, the easiest thing to do with 40K, because I really wanted the nostalgia trip of, like, childhood. When I was a kid, everyone I knew had, like, a couple of squads, or some minis that they bundled together from board games, or, like, starter sets, or paint sets, or whatever, right? So everybody had enough to kind of bring a shoebox full of dudes over and play either fantasy or 40K. We did both. And, like, my mentality with Games Workshop nowadays is, like, in fact, the whole reason why I got into 28 mil, because I was doing 15 and
6 beforehand, was that you know, they're lovely minis and they're fun to paint and they're worth taking your time with, but like the real value in all of these things is really in starter sets and bundle boxes and like kit bashing and painting your way out of that, you know, like, and having like a library of parts left over after finishing every product that you can file away, already cleaned up, ready to sort of make new things out, you know?
I
Like-
completely agree. That's why I was disappointed with them getting bought out by Warlord Games, but I did like the fact that they made and they integrated the box sets, like you said, like the Liberty and Death
Yeah.
for War of Independence. Yeah, they brought the great value. They got, what was it? What's the company that makes the tower or whatever in the Liberty or Death set? Same people that make the buildings for
Sarissa.
Dead Man's Hand. No, it's not. It's not Sarissa. It's
Renedra?
Fritz. Huh?
Renedra?
No, Fritz. What's the name of the company that makes the buildings for Chicago Way and Dead Man's Hand?
Oh, I don't know. The only thing that's coming to me is Sarissa. I don't remember.
Fritz never has to think about this stuff again. He can just print hard. FDM.
It's not Sarissa Precision. They're good stuff, but theirs has the one I'm thinking of has detailed interiors, exteriors,
I don't remember.
movable doors and stuff. So I'm gonna have to go look. But they're the ones that make the tower or whatever for Liberty or Death set. So they have like two or three different companies to bring that box set together. And it takes a large distributor like Warlord Games to bring about something like that.
I really like them. Some people say, oh, you know, some of these sculpts are a bit dated or whatever, but I like, you've got to understand, like, I'm getting back into this after years, and like back in when I was doing it, it was all monopose stuff, and when I got back into 15s and 6s, that's, you know, mostly monopose, so, you know, I'm blown away by anything where I can, you know, save some Jacobite bonnets and put them on my halflings, like, you know.
Yeah. I think what you're saying about Games Workshop is why I'm, you know, when I started getting back into it and I met Fritz and stuff, and he was doing 10s and 15s, if I'm not mistaken, of Napoleonics. And he was telling me that I should do the smaller scale, I'm like, no, I don't. It's going to take you longer to do the 28s. I understand that, but I want the 28s, you know, and it's probably because a lot of the growing up
I'm not
with
even
the,
that fantastic a painter, and I still just derive more joy from painting 28s, whereas with 15s, it's like, I don't know when to stop, or like what's, you know, it's kind of a weird scale. 10 is a bit more coherent, like, because it has the benefits of the small scale, but like, you know, it's still got a lot of personality, you know?
Yeah.
I really like
But
1 to 72. I wish they made it out of nicer plastic, because I would do everything that way. You know, it's so cheap, so ridiculously cheap, and there's a box for everything out there, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been a big fan of 28, and I think it's more the growing up with everybody having Warhammer or 40, you know, Warhammer Fantasy or 40K, and seeing a lot of 28 mil.
Yeah, it's
and
just
kind
more
of preferring that scale.
like when someone walks past your 6-0 game, they don't know what it is. Like, you know what I mean? If they're not a war gamer, but if someone walks past your 28-0 game, like, oh, what are these? Like, these are a bit cool, you know? Like, they're just, I don't know. If you're gonna go to the trouble, like, why not, you know, enjoy? I don't even have that big a gaming table. It's okay. You just bathtub it a little bit. You know, 24 men is a regiment of 2,000. That's fine.
Absolutely.
That's a big regiment. God damn.
Well, you know what I mean. Like,
It's like a brigade.
4 battalions or whatever. I'm even starting to appreciate the Warlord rules. Like, I'd always heard that they're a bit kind of neither here nor there. I see a little bit of the old Warhammer kind of fun narrative mechanic here or there. I love that stuff. Like, I don't need it. If I want to play a super crunchy game, I play a hex encounter game. Like, you know, where I'm wearing my lab coat and my monocle, and I have a glass of port, some cheese and crackers. I'm like, oh, hello, Fritz. I'm just playing pike and shot with musket and pike, waiting for the Malburian supplement to come out.
Yeah.
Like, miniature gaming is about the spectacle. Like, it's good when rules are crunchy and realistic, but, like, it's nice to have those Hollywood moments as well, you know?
Spectacle. Spectacles.
Foreground. Foreground is the name of the company.
That's it.
I think of.
That's it. Foreground.
Yeah, you get one of those in that box, don't you?
Yeah, you get a foreground tower or whatever. That is impossible to buy off a foreground because all of their towers, when they get done making them, go into this box sets for Warlord games.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Do you do any fantasy gaming?
No, I prefer more of the historical wargaming.
Any sci-fi?
Nope.
Tom's boring.
No, I'm strictly historical.
He's a rare
wargaming.
breed.
He
He's
is.
a rare breed. Like, you gotta keep it going. Like, we need, like, lots of those dudes. Surely.
Somebody's got to be. People are modeling their sets with 40K or some sort of fantasy, which is why I'm going to offload probably my Lizardmen onto Kyle.
Yeah, well, that's
You
a
want
very
this
nice
later, Kyle? You're welcome. You can have those.
That's a nice thing to do. He'll enjoy them too. They're kind of fun to paint. You know?
Yeah, they're definitely different. They'll give them something to mess around with.
We painted a lot of them back in the day because you get a bunch with the paint set as well. You know? Back in the day, they always give you heaps of stuff with the paint set.
Another shield. Let's do another shield.
I think those are the two I bought. I bought the starter set and I bought it like paint set for each. But I had the
5th edition.
English knockoff, if you will, and yeah.
I think it's 5th
the
edition.
Lizardmen.
Let's go look for the 5th edition of Warhammer. I think that's the one. That was my favorite. I played the hell out
still
of
have
it.
the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Warhammer 5th edition.
I had a second-hand one of the one that was High Elves and Goblins, and by the time I'd received it, like, not a lot of them had made it, and they'd been kind of test painted before I got my hands on them, but I was quite grateful to get them anyway, because it just kind of was more stuff to play with, so I had a little bit of that one left, and a very tattered copy of that rulebook.
Wow, $525 on eBay. 5th edition Warhammer. Here's one for $750. eBay.
Yeah.
This must be in
I
shrink.
don't have much left from inside the box, but I just have the box.
Wow, $700. Holy smokes.
Can you imagine that being left in the back of your closet unopened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my favorite. I played the hell out of that.
But that's the one. That's where I got into just miniatures in general.
That's where they introduced the
That's
Bretonians. They introduced the Bretonians and the Lizardmen with this box. And that's when
what
I
got me in.
that's when I got into into Bretonians. Yeah.
I think the Orcs and
Britannians,
Empire
right,
is
and
nice
particularly
too. They had a lot of good starter sets. I hope they just bring those back. But I would consider those. You know what I mean? Like, when I do Games Workshop stuff, I just buy those things. Like, don't mess with
I
any of
remember all that
individual-
stuff.
When was that?
Because they'll bring out variable sizes of starter sets. So, you know, you get a little one and then a medium-sized one. And then
When was
you've
that,
got, like,
James?
quite a lot of-
2000?
Oh,
Warhammer 5th edition?
1990. I was in, like, just starting high school, I think.
5th edition.
Year 8.
Yeah, go back and see. July
14 years old, smoking a pack a day.
GameSport Warhammer 40 5th that's 40k. Warhammer 5th edition. When was it published? $1998. No, it's Siege. Ah, that came after though, so it must be mid 90s.
1997, I think.
Holy smokes! When was Warhammer 5th edition? Warhammer Fantasy. Well, let's put Warhammer Fantasy. Fantasy Battle. Oh. 1996. Yep.
You got quite a few nights in that, didn't you?
Ni- 1996 was the glorious one for Warhammer Fantasy Battle. That was the 5th edition. Wow.
That was a good year.
1996.
I have an old tackle box where I have a lot of them are broken. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I have a lot of my knights, the horses, the original die I got with it.
Mhm.
I was very carefully flip it over because that's how I destroyed the other one.
Oh, look. I'm still at the stage where I'm breaking a lot of stuff, but I'm learning.
I
Yeah.
still have like all the cards for them.
Really?
Yeah. I don't have. I have a lot of the little lizard men. The big lizard men with their arms aren't too many.
That's alright. Even if you get to paint a couple, that's good.
But yeah, I can send them all the tiny little lizard men, which I have. I based in black, and then I had coated way too heavily in green paint. So
Of course.
there you go, Kyle. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Rookie mistakes. I'm going to hand to you. You fix it.
Yeah.
That's the state that I got my elves and goblins box in, but I was quite happy because I just cleaned them up and gave it a shot, you know.
Yeah, well, like I said, I was going to send him some brushes.
It was when I got to my Hero Quest minis. That's when I was like, okay, I'm a good painter because I use chestnut ink on everything.
Is that what you thought, James?
At that age, yes. I was just like, I'm using a white undercoat. I'm using very bright colors. And I'm gonna put a chestnut
I
ink on
remember. I
all
remember
the
when
things.
everybody thought the white undercoat was just the way to go.
Yeah, remember that?
I'd base them in black, and people are like, why are you basing those in black? You want to base them in white. Start bright, and then add your darkened spaces. I'm like, first of all, that sounds awful. Sounds far too difficult.
Well, I use a lot of like brightly colored sprays and a lot of like different acrylic sprays, but I always start with a black if I'm serious about what I'm working on because, you know, those rattle cans can't get behind and under shields and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, and you
That was
actually do
kind of-
want
that
some
was
black
kind of-
in the shadow.
Yeah, that was kind of my thinking. Like, why would you start with the light as your base, and then work into the dark areas? Because that sounds impossible. You're going to start it all
It
dark.
works. It works well if you're like 14 and you have amazing eyesight and brush control. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't had good vision for a long time, so I was smart enough to just say, you know what, we're going to go with darkened base.
Well, the only thing that I don't like about my miniature painting is that it always comes out a lot darker than I would like. So I'm always trying to push it up brighter before I inevitably darken it back down. But I always try and start with black, or at least something very close to it, like very dark green or very dark gray or very dark red.
I'm not that good of a miniature painter. I use mainly in these paints, I'll like 2 or 3 shade the colors I want, varying degrees of light or dark, and then normally throw a wash over it.
Yep.
I don't try to get too detailed. I think the first one I tried to get real detailed on the face, and he just looks like a Lego man.
Fritz knows that I'm a paint alchemist. I'm always looking for the perfect formula.
Yeah, I tried to paint, either the eyes or the mouth, and it just ended up coming across like a Lego man that a small child had painted. So
yeah, but like the way
watching
you're
it
describing,
did
like my girlfriend pulled me up the other day and said, like, out of all the paint jobs that she likes the most from what she's seen is like the ones that are in that just toy soldier block painted and basic shades and highlights way. She said that just looks the best. She's like, just warm it up a little bit and that's it. Like
well, no disrespect to your girlfriend, but she's wrong, James. She's wrong.
Whereas I'm like, if I just mix this with this and throw it over this color, like, let's see what happens.
Don't lie to yourself.
I'm like, goblins. What's a good undercoat color for goblins? Pink. Pink is a good undercoat color for goblins.
Wow.
Wow.
People are like, that's insane. And then I dry brush them yellow and then like paint with inks and they're like, oh, that looks awesome. Like,
you're some sort of mad scientist, James.
I'm the experimenter, man. I'm the experimenter. I don't always get it right. A lot of times I glue my face to the desk, but I like trying stuff. These goals, I'm thinking...
Why don't you turn on your camera while you're doing that? It'd be more entertaining.
It would be, wouldn't it? I'm going to... these goals, I'm thinking of undercoating them black and then painting like a zenithal of like barbarian flesh, like over the top. The whole thing. It's like, I think that'll work.
I don't know if you can see it, James. I'll show you my very long process of shingles here. Oh, let me flip the camera. I use my ugly mug.
We got the same glasses.
I can't see anything without these glasses. You flipped the thing. Oh, I think I found the button. There we go.
Mm.
See,
Oh,
this side is already done.
Ah. I
But
thought
this
you were
side,
painting them individually, like a psycho.
I am painting them individually. These are my painted. These are my unpainted. And those are the full sheets before I cut them.
Awesome. Awesome.
So yeah, all very psychotic. One at a time. And they're all nice and
Great,
straight.
though.
See how straight they are?
It looks good though.
This side is a lot more straight. I wasted too much time worrying about if it was straight. This is the back of the building. Nobody cares about that. Right? I mean, if I was doing my cabin in the middle of nowhere, I'm only going to worry about what people see, not what people don't see.
If you wanted them to be straight, like what you would do is cut them into one end and leave like a tongue of the original material and like layer it that way, so that it's
Yeah.
always alignable to a line. But then you're going to end up with a kind of chunky roof, I think. So
I started doing this
your way is
process.
probably gonna-
It's going to look really nice, but it's very time consuming. I think if I ever do this again, it's going to be the strips of cardboard. You know?
Yeah, or you could like, with just like a pattern in the end, like tooth one side, or like draw lines on the roof. You know, with like a gel pen or something like that. You know, but
Here's my scary
I
lizard
think it
man.
looks good anyway. Oh yeah, he'll be able to scrap those off.
Yeah, and I got a couple
Oh, look.
horses, and the other side's all horse farm.
Those old blast templates, so charming.
I have some.
That's what I imagine. That's what I imagine when I picture a magic spell or a psychic attack. It's like one of those little bad boys.
I have
Look at the doggy.
Yeah, she's wondering what the heck I'm doing. Yeah, I have some that I painted that aren't. Camera focus you.
Patriots.
Yeah.
But that looks
So
good.
this is a Minden miniature. So next to my, I'm trying to think. I think these are Perry's. Actually, the Perry's plastics. Don't I have one that's done here? Yeah, I do. Yes, this is my Lego face guy.
Lego face. Poor guy.
Well, it's definitely what it is. If my camera would focus, you could see his face is horribly painted. But the
What are you painting the eyes and everything?
I tried. It
that's-
wasn't great.
That's why. Screw that.
Put a wash over it. You can see that with the base kind of helps.
That's my answer to everything.
The Minden is much smaller. They look like teenagers compared to the Perrys, you know, for size wise. So
Yeah. Those Perry miniatures are nice.
Yes, they are.
yeah.
Oh, they're nice. I have some of their metal English Civil War. My goodness. My goodness.
If I can find my, you can almost see the horrible Lego face.
He doesn't look too bad.
But these have
Wash
been in
over
a
next time. Oh, that'll do it for ya.
these have been in a box for years. As you can see, some are painted, some are not painted. But yeah, most
And
of
at
them are.
night they come to life and they cry.
You put them in the cupboard and you turn the lock. That's
Yeah.
yeah. I think these are Minutemen from. These are War Games Factory, which match up very well to the Perry. So
Mm.
Interesting. Interesting.
I wasn't too mad. I think my best painted mini is actually the casualty marker.
Go figure.
The one I'll rarely use, but I did a pretty good job with him.
Yeah.
I like the way he turned out,
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
and he's dead. He's not fighting at all.
No.
Yeah, it's a bit of a process. But if you're motivated to do it, always do it when you're motivated. Like I never let
I don't-
those moments slip through my fingers this week. Like
I don't
just
do
go
it
every
unless
day
I
and
find
done a
myself
little
on
bit.
here doing something. And I'm like, okay, fine. I'll get I go get that building I've been making for the past 6 years. Maybe I'll finish the shingles tonight. Who knows?
My biggest problem is that I rush through things and like I'm not happy with the result, you know, or they just fall apart.
He's a mad scientist with undercoating the pinks and washing with yellows.
Yeah. I mean, I probably wouldn't do that with historical guys, but with fantasy
I
guys,
probably wouldn't.
man. Yeah. Like, unless I wanted to do imaginations between all the different colonies in Australia.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm boring like that. Even with an option, if I was like when I played Skyrim, when that game came out, a buddy of mine sat there and he'd play it. He'd use all the magic and stuff in the game, and I would strictly
I'm a Skyrim.
use the sword.
I'm a
bow and
Skyrim
arrow.
widow.
No
I'm a
magic.
Skyrim widow. My marriage is ending because of Skyrim. But it's not me who's
I
playing
brought it up.
Skyrim. It's my girl. It's my girlfriend. She plays it all the time now. I don't know what's going on. She's just like become addicted to it again all of a sudden. It's pretty funny. She's like, oh, I'm going back and doing all the side quests that I didn't do before. Yeah. Yeah.
Motivating a few weeks, you know me.
You're gonna get beat up.
But
James.
once a year,
You're on camera.
once a year or every couple of years, she kind of gets hooked on a video game for like a few months, and then she gets over it. It's pretty funny. She was playing, what was it, Prince of Persia or Thief or
Thief's a good game.
Oh no, Assassin's Creed.
Assassin's Creed? Yeah.
You went through a portal as you had an Nazi thing before.
Right. Okay. Yeah, they tried to do Shadows of Brimstone with Assassin's Creed. Interesting.
Well, actually, that's kind of why I got back into wargaming initially, is because I was playing Total War Empire.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
it was the American War of Independence, but my computer kept crashing and it kept annoying me that I wasn't getting anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I looked online for for medieval miniatures, and I don't know, somehow came across some stuff, and I came across Fritz, and then the rest is history. I haven't really gone back to the computer game, but it was determined that I was just going to make me some armies, and
Yeah.
I do the same thing, make a campaign game where I do a campaign map, and
It's more satisfying. It's more satisfying. You realize when you get partway through it, you're like, oh, this is a much longer journey than I realized, and I should actually just take my time with it and be really kind of just slow but consistent. But
yeah.
it's way more rewarding in computer games. Like, way more.
Well, that was kind of the thing.
I like
so
board
I'd have
games
all this.
too.
Sorry, I cut you off. But
No, I just said I like board games too. Like when I'm not
Yeah.
doing that stuff.
and that's kind of I like playing computer games and stuff. But at the end of the day, nobody's going to want to look at my file where I beat this game or did that. I figured it'd be much more entertaining to take my love for the game, for Total War, a lot of their different games, and do more of a tabletop version of that.
Yeah. I mean, some computer games look kind of intriguing. Like some of the hex map games that I've played on my tablet, I've quite enjoyed, but it's not the same, It's like there's just something magical about all of those things converging together. Anyway, I'm gonna bounce because I'm gonna have some lunch, I think.
Was it that, or are you about to get beat up because you said something about your girlfriend?
I'm not afraid. She'll be playing Skyrim. Like, I'll just put Skyrim in front of her and she'll be bedazzled. Problem solved. See you later.
Record it again.
Good talking.
See you, James.
You too, James. He sounded scared.
I don't know. He's a funny one. He likes living on the edge.
Apparently. Said it with an earshot. Sets. Artillery pieces. Get this blasted cabin done, maybe I can move on.
With your life. Ah. Anyway, there's a gray tunic got going on there. These guys are coming along. I'm going to focus on these 10. Maybe we'll get to the armor tomorrow. Damn. Let's put them on the old palette here and show them off.
Ooh.
See what we
Very
got.
nice. Oh wow. Are you there, Fritz? Did I time out on you?
Huh? I wish you would focus. Autofocus don't like to work for me. But anyway, there they are. That's 10 of them. We'll try and get these done tomorrow. And then we'll move on to another batch. What is it? It's the 8th. No, it's the 11th. October 11th. Making good time. Shice.
They look good.
Thanks, man. Little at a time.
I think I had a little bit of lag there.
Can you hear me okay? Test, test, test.
Yeah, I can hear you. I didn't hear you for a second. It was just frozen in time. So.
One of those days. Every once in a while.
Well, my connection's not the best where I'm at, so
Yeah.
I would assume it was me. Keep hopping here. Hopefully I see Ethan at some point. Especially as you said, it's going into the winter. Maybe it'll be more wargaming and less fishing or whatever it is he does.
Gallivanting. Yeah, he'll be heading home pretty soon, doing his thing, getting his projects taken care of. Pretty soon. It's Wednesday, so he should still be home. But if I do these chats late, and it's too late for him, like 5 o'clock on, he usually doesn't make it.
Oh, okay.
I saw him once this week. I think it was this week. Monday? I'm sure I saw him this week. I could be wrong. Maybe it was last week. But he leaves early. Thursday, he's gone.
With my current employment, I'm a bit later than that. So.
Well, I'm always around, folks. I'm always around. Chatting away. Getting stuff done. All right, well.
Got 2.5 layers done. Another 2.5 to go.
Let me try and organize these a little bit. Lots to do. Watch it. Stop it, Walter. Giving me the claw. Walter said it's time to eat. You gotta feed us. I'm hungry.
Shut enough of your shenanigans.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, I did 11. Nice. Ah, progress. Feels good. I'll linger here a little bit because I'm done with the painting, but I'll linger a little bit before I go eat. Let me see what's on the internet now. What's going on? Let's check out Discord. Homesteading. Ah, got some food display. Food on display. Let's check that out. No, that's the wrong one. No, that's the wrong one. What is this? There we go. We'll use this one. Let's see what's over on Discord. Got some squirrel hermitage going on. See food. Let's see. From the squirrel. What are you talking about here? Pasta and sprouts. Boy, look at all the food. Let's see what's going on. See tomatoes, cheese. It looks like Zetarak there. Making something good. Oh boy. What she's got on there. Like, what is she doing? Ah. Boy, that looks good. What is that, ham? On the side there? Is that a rock? I got Iron Man. Lots of peppers harvested. I like the red ones quite a bit. Ooh, peppers. Yum. Yeah, that's quite a haul there, Iron Man. Got some onions. Got some white onions, I think. Nice. I gotta react to that. There we go. Oh, I love peppers. You like peppers, Tom?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Ah, too bad, man.
He does not agree with me.
I like red onions. Scallions are good. White onions are good for cooking. Red onions are good on sandwiches. Salads. Peppers, yes, I do love peppers. Bell peppers, Thai peppers, any kind of chili peppers. That's my thing. How not to paint. Oof. Wow. How you doing, Nerdy? Got me and Tom here. I'm checking out some things in Discord. Go over to the internet and see what's going on there. Why do I have 4 messages on Discord? I don't see.
Wasn't me this time, Fritz.
Oh, it's from a different server. Got a lot going on over here on Shadow's server, brand new. Lots of folks are logging in there. Just got to organize the server though. It's all clustered in one channel here. Sure he'll get that figured out.
Like I said, I'll send that Kyle's way Friday.
Yeah, that's good of you, man. He'll appreciate that.
I figure he'll get better use out of some of those than I. And...
Yeah, and the brushes too.
Yeah, well, it's hard to know what to get. It can be a little bit overwhelming. You realize you don't need the top of the line stuff to get started. Kind of getting the right set, like you said.
Well, I use El Cheapo brushes, so it doesn't matter to me. The brushes.
Well, yeah, I know we've had that discussion. So do I. I don't use anything real expensive, but knowing that, kind of what size and scale to get though for miniatures versus just going and picking up a multi-pack of craft paint brushes, getting more of the modeling or miniature style brushes really helps. And I like, and we spoke about, I like the round handles because I like to, if I'm doing details or lines on something, I like to roll my brush.
You do.
So, yeah. I'm not a big fan of the square handled or the triangle handled. While Army Painter makes some great brushes, the triangles slow me down.
Mm-hmm.
They're great for not rolling off the table, though.
Yeah. It does have that going for it.
It does. I've never lost one to the floor.
So Warhammer 5th edition was 1996. Wow.
A few years ago.
I got started in 4th edition. Had 3rd edition, but I didn't get into that too much. That was my first 3rd edition. It was a book. And the first box set was the 4th edition, which was the High Elves and Night Goblins. I got into that. We played that quite a bit. But it was the frickin' 5th edition. We went to town. Me and my friends, Jesse. We all had our armies, played some campaigns. We got deep into it. Yeah.
I played quite a bit, and the reason I got into it is my cousin I told you used to like to DM a game of Dungeons and Dragons. So I think the first time I walked into a store like that, he was wanting books or something. I thought they were kind of interesting. So I think the next time I went to the mall with my mom, I was like, I want to go into the store. And then she was like, "Oh, are you interested in this?" And then the guy was talking about the starter set. I think either that time or the next time we went, I ended up picking up a starter set. So it kind of began my whole foray into miniatures.
And there's 6th edition, which came out in 2000. This I also had. And I remember playing this, but I got out of the hobby 3 years later. So I don't remember playing this too much. We did. But I think we played more of 5th. So yeah, 6th edition was my final edition. 7th, 8th. Huh.
5th was my just my one and only that I did. So.
So that was 4 years later. They brought out the 6th edition. Huh.
Okay.
Nowadays, it's every 3 years. Got an extra year out of that one.
So, are they moved on from the what was it, the Age of Sigmar last time I looked? Is it still the Age of Sigmar?
Yeah, 8th edition of Fantasy Battle was the last one. And then they killed it and created Age of Sigmar. And that was when? 2018 or something? Age of Sigmar?
Yeah.
And now, years later, and I knew they'd do this, they're going to bring back Warhammer Fantasy Battle. That's kind of a legacy type game. It's called Warhammer Old World or something.
Because everybody misses before the Age of Sigmar.
Age of Sigmar is totally weird. Totally different.
Yeah. The Blood Bowl, I remember that.
Blood Bowl. Yeah, I played very little of that, but I was getting into it. I have to admit, out of all their lineup of games currently, I mean, they redid Necromunda. They got Horus Heresy, which is old school 40K. They've got 40K. They've got Kill Team, which is skirmish 40K. They got a whole lineup of games. And Age of Sigmar. But I'll tell you, there's one game that is really good. And I'd love to get into it. It's really good. Well written, well presented. It's pricey, as they all are. It's a boxed game. It's set in their Age of Sigmar setting. And it's called Warcry. What a fantastic skirmish game that is. Well presented, everything. I think Jervis Johnson's behind that game. You might remember him from the glory days of Warhammer. That would explain a lot. But Warcry is a really good skirmish game. And I've always looked into it and never pulled the trigger on it, but yeah. Everything else sucks, but yeah. Warcry it looks really worth getting into.
Yeah.
Not just because of the setting or anything, but the way the rules play and the use of cards for your units and the cool dice. It's really simple, straightforward skirmish game. Cool factions, great looking models. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked muskets and tomahawks, but that was a little bit different than the Dead Man's Hand. You know, that played out a lot differently. So I do like a good mix as far as a skirmish game. If it's a little bit more war game based, or if it's a little bit more, you know, scenario based, if you will, or situational based, I guess. Because it's not so much I decide to move or you decide to move. I think both of them, you draw cards to see which turn happens where, you know. So there could be a scenario that you're reading out and you're setting up where your people go, but how the cards draw out is typically, you know, will change what you may think's going to happen before the game starts playing. No, I bought the box set, and I could only get my cousin to play with me a handful of times. And I remember distinctly the last time I got him to play Warhammer Fantasy 5th Edition. I think quite a few of my minis got broken because he got upset and flipped the table. We were playing and he was losing.
Oh, yeah. It can happen. You get quite heated. Let's look up Warhammer 40k 4th edition. I think that was around 2000. Let's see.
I
Let's
was
see.
like quite a bit of the models on 40k and their religious iconography, but I never personally got into it.
3rd, 4th, and 5th. 3rd edition was 98 through 2004. So I'm thinking, nerdy, this is the edition you're talking about. This I played the hell out of. This was my favorite edition. 40k. 3rd edition. Yep, that's the one. Came with Dark Elder and Space Marines.
Like the old Space Marines.
Is that it, Nerdy Ogre? That was a good addition. I still have all my rules, my codices, cards, templates. I still have all this stuff for all the editions I played. And I'm going to play them again. Would you guys like to see me play some Warhammer 40k 3rd edition? 4th edition? I've got 2nd and 3rd and 4th that I'm going to play. I'm going to play some Warhammer 4th and 5th and 6th edition. Wow, I got 3 editions of it. I'm going to play all of them again. Maybe rekindle some nostalgia. I did play some of the final edition of Warhammer Fantasy Battle, which was 8th. It was a big giant tome of a book. That was pretty good. I enjoyed that too.
Yeah.
I sold that off. I only had the book. Me and Jesse played it like once. But I never stuck with it and I sold it off again. My hobby is very fluid. If I'm not playing it, I get rid of it. If I play it, I buy it again. It's called
No,
waste.
I just collect stuff.
Yeah. It's called wasting
I'm a
money.
junk collector.
Uh-huh.
Oh. See, I'm about the investment, and then I don't do anything with it. Since I've splurged way too much on Dead Man's Hand, and played a little bit more Dead Man's Hand than I actually have. Not much, but I'm not buying anything else, Fritz. I'm going to finish painting some stuff and putting together stuff.
You are.
And potentially building what I wanted to build when I started the whole thing, which was a table and a modular board set, if you will. Which I find a little bit more of a alluring prospect than painting a bunch of small soldiers, but
Wonder how much this sold for. Back in the day.
I can just live vicariously through you and have you commission paint some of my miniatures so I don't have to paint all these soldiers
Yeah. I'll give you a deal.
and move on.
I'll give you a
to,
deal.
Doing the terrain or just do the bigger stuff, you know.
Hmm. I should be printing models by then. I'll give you some freebies. I'll throw them in there, help you out.
Because I like my foregrounds buildings, but also like the process and the ideas of coming up with different scratch build stuff. So doing a star fort, trying to purchase that, something as detailed as I want and as modular as I want, is going to be a little pricey.
That sounds like something you'd 3D print. You can
Yeah,
get
well, hey, if
you
I
can get
do-
exactly
if only
what
I
you
knew
want.
Somebody,
Yeah, if only you did.
knew somebody who was going to 3D print.
I have to find an STL file for it. I'm sure there is. Somebody's done something. Yeah, that's the way to go, man. Hell of a lot cheaper. What scale? 28 mil?
Of course.
Damn.
Of course, 28 mil.
Of course.
So you think I'm going to do 10 mil? Just because it would be more cost
Never.
effective?
Never.
Easier to store? That's ridiculous.
Terrible.
I'll rent a storage unit and put all this stuff in it before I go to 10 mil.
That's right, by God.
Continue to make poor decisions, Fritz.
Cataclysmic Battles in the 41st Millennium. 4th edition. Apocalypse.
Have you played it? Have you played any, what's that group that's near me that's gonna... You played any Saga?
I got really excited about that when it came out. I bought a bunch of factions for it. The Danes, the Vikings. I had a bunch of box sets for it. The rules and everything. And I don't know what it was, but I did not like the game. And I didn't paint it. Sold everything off.
Okay.
The game to me seemed very, very, well, gamey. And it is. It's very much gamey. It's not so much a simulation of battle in the Dark Ages. It's a game. And I don't know. I guess that didn't click for me.
Like, gamey in what sense? Like, more like greatest hit games?
No,
Gamey, or...
gamey as in it feels like a game. Doesn't feel like a real battle. Like, for instance, you roll dice. Every faction has their own special dice that they roll, and they use these dice to do things. To do certain tactics on the tabletop. They have a little chart that tells them what they can do. They need certain dice combinations to do certain things. And that's what they do. That's what they're limited to doing. So there's a lot of a gaminess to it because of that. Gimmicky, in a way.
There's no fluidity to it.
Yeah, it doesn't flow like a real battle would in my head. It's not intuitive because it's got all these special gimmicky rules that make it fun. That make it really fun. It's actually a really popular game. But that's not what I was looking for. So I didn't get into it. That's me, though. I'm weird.
What's the other one? Is it Regiment and something? This group near me, the guy keeps sending me invites. Those were the two. I'm in Discord. I can't pull it up.
I know Saga. I don't know what regiment is.
I'm probably remembering it wrong. Hold on.
Party's still rocking and rolling, nerds. Rocking and rolling. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 10. Yeah, I'm lingering a little bit. Got me and Tom here. Talking about games. 40K, Warhammer. Regiment what, Tom? There's got to be more to it than regiment. It could be anything.
I'm trying to find the group and their postings. 1 moment, Fritz.
Come on, come on.
Answer my question.
Catan, that's a classic board game. The board game that comes to life. Out now for the PS5, PS4, PS5?
What?
Never mind.
Were you trying to do jokes?
No, I'm just reading adverts on this webpage. I want to play some 3rd edition Warhammer 40K. I want to play some Warhammer 4th edition. I'm telling you. I'm gonna play some 3rd, 4th, and 5th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battle. See which one I like the most.
I don't know. I'm not finding the Facebook group, and I know the rest of the stuff is in Discord. But I'm talking to you on Discord, so.
It's crazy that they've had 10 editions now. Like, how did you not dial in the rules by now? Yeah. Well, they do it on purpose. They're always changing the game every 3 years, making it different, making it new. Not to improve it, but to make it different. Yeah. To attract all those new, young players. Which is stupid. But it's what they do. But the thing is, that means that every edition that you have and play is just as valid as any edition. I mean, 10th edition doesn't really make 9th edition any better. 9th edition is its own thing. That's why people still play these old editions, right? Is this third or fourth?
Oh, yeah, I mean, people play a lot of the, whether I'm assuming Pathfinders have multiple editions. People play the older editions of D&D because they like those rule sets better or the way it was set up better.
Well, there's only 2 editions of Pathfinder. It's been almost 20 years.
Well, I don't know much about Pathfinder.
You don't. Keep quiet, Tom. Keep quiet.
Not you.
I had first edition Warhammer, but I sold that. Should have kept it. It was just a book. I started looking at 40K when people were split between 7th and 8th. 7th and 8th. 40K? I never played 7th or 8th. I was out of the hobby then. I did have 8th edition, though. And before I've got my army painted, they got through 2 more editions. I know, exactly. That's the thing. I've played a little 9th. Way too cumbersome for a casual game. 10th edition I haven't tried yet. I will try it. But yeah, 1-page rules is the one for me. Grimdark Future. But I'm going to play these older editions too. I'm going to play some 2nd and 3rd edition of 40K because I have all the codices, got all the rules, templates, all that stuff. So why not? And same with Warhammer. I mean, that's what people do. Old Hammer, right? Jesse's keen on playing Space Hulk First Edition again. Oh, there's my cat.
I'm not finding it. Well, he mentions Lion's Rampant Saga. Lion Rampant. Is that Rampant? Is that a gamey game as well?
Not as bad, no. Lion's Rampant is a skirmish, tactical skirmish, medieval game. Dragon's Rampant is a fantasy version of it. Again, these are published by Osprey, so they're easy to get a hold of. Quite popular. I helped playtest the one. Wasn't my jam, though. No, those are good games. You'd probably enjoy that. Lion Rampant. It's a skirmish game, but you move around units. So it's what I call a tactical skirmish game, because you got units.
Yeah.
But it's not like big battles and stuff.
That sounds a little bit more my speed.
Mm-hmm.
So like you said, it's a guy about 40 minutes away from me. He's got all the figures and enough factions and stuff. He just asks for people to show up and play.
take advantage of that. I mean, there's other people that are in this hobby.
Yeah, they're not too far from me. Found them via the Facebook.
My favorite game. Whoops, I just clicked something here. My favorite GW game was Necromunda. First edition Necromunda. That I had more fun with that, created more memories, I think, than I've ever had. That was a fantastic game. Necromunda.
Interesting name.
Yeah, a lot of memories of that game. Necromunda. Here's the new version of it. Screw that. Here's the original. Yeah. Good times. I still got all the rules. I could play it again. Who are those guys? Ratskins? They're not ratskins. There was a faction in Necromunda. They were called the Ratskins, but they weren't rat folk. They weren't sci-fi. They weren't
They
sci-fi.
were like the Skaven and
Yeah.
old Warhammer.
Yeah, they were nothing like that. They were actually humans who are more like indigenous tribal type humans, if you can imagine that. And they're called ratskins because they made clothing out of rat skin. Giant rats. They had scouts and stuff.
That was an interesting faction in Warhammer Fantasy 5th edition with the Skaven and the rats.
Yeah, 40K never had any rat faction, which is sad. Everyone wants to have their rats with laser guns. I do.
Exactly.
Sci-fi rats.
I think it was on original PlayStation. There was a console game for Warhammer Fantasy. It kind of got me to understand a little bit more of the lore and stuff of the game.
Yeah, that's right. You're a computer nerd.
Yeah.
That's how you got your start in miniatures gaming, though. Go
It
figure.
is.
Go figure. Total War Empire.
Great game. My computer was awful though. Couldn't handle it.
Yeah, that game was notorious for being rough on computers, lower end computers.
hmm
It was.
I've got a family member now that's good at it's an IT guy, so at some point I'm either gonna have him go through my old one or have him help me build one. So that's probably the one and only game I really want to play. And how old is that game now?
Empire?
Yeah.
Oh, it's got to be at least 20. 20 plus. Long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they kind of stopped surging ahead as far as improving their games after that one. They made a couple of the samurai ones that weren't too bad, but as far as global conflicts, they didn't really do anything else. They had Rome Total War and Medieval 2 Total War. They never made a Medieval 3. I mean, they had a Rome 2, which was fairly good. But that was also a computer destroyer as well, from what I understand.
My favorite was Total War Rome, the first one.
Oh yeah.
Medieval 2, which is probably that's probably the best one of the series, I think.
Absolutely.
Napoleon Napoleon wasn't bad. It's right up my alley, so of course I played that more than any.
I'm sure you did.
Empire was really good, but glitchy. And Total War 2, Rome 2, I didn't like. I don't know. There's
You didn't like that one?
No. The
I never
second one.
played it. My computer couldn't run it, but I did buy it on a Steam sale. Well, even though my computer can't run it, I still want to own it for that price.
The one I haven't played is Warhammer. Total War Warhammer, and that's the big deal in Total War. People. Everybody plays that.
That one looked pretty good. It kind of reminded me of the old PlayStation 1 game for Warhammer Fantasy.
Medieval 2 was beyond amazing for its time. Empire was great. Rome 2 was decent, but the Warhammer Total Wars are so freaking fun. There you go. Warhammer Total War. Freaking fun. I've got a couple friends that play that. They swear by it. But, I've never gotten into it. Maybe.
Yeah. I know some streamers and YouTubers that were just strictly Total War guys that didn't know anything about Warhammer. But when that came out, they were playing and streaming quite a bit of that.
Isn't there a second Total War Warhammer? Yeah, Warhammer 2.
Yeah. It did really well for them. My favorite is probably still Medieval 2, but there's a lot of nostalgia factor for me on that one. That's what introduced me to the series. I didn't get Rome until after I was playing Medieval 2, and I was at the computer store and I saw the box set for the Rome, which I still have. I'm like, what? There's another one?
Total War
The Greek
3?
Fire.
Is
No,
there...
the Rome, the first one.
Oh.
I played Medieval 2. I went to the computer store and I saw the box set for the original Total War Rome. So I had to get it. I actually have that on my phone. Believe it or not. My phone and my tablet. It's kind of my go-to game on there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They even have the expansions and everything. So, the America's campaign for Medieval 2. I love playing the Apaches, and you were talking about Plains Indians. They start out with just spears and bows and arrows, and then
Why doesn't this show up?
you kill some Spanish troops or New World troops and get the horses, and then you upgrade to, archers on horseback, and then you eventually kill enough musket bearing troops that they get enough muskets. They learn the Thunderstick Braves and the mounted Thunderstick Braves.
Total War Warhammer 3.
Oh, there's 3 of them?
Yeah, there's a third one.
That's not surprised now.
Nerds just told me. It says mostly negative. Oh no.
Oh,
Mostly
they dropped the
negative.
ball on the third one.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, Nerds loves it.
Nerdy, which one was good? Total War Pharaoh, yeah. That seems to be the new one coming out in there. I wish they'd do a Medieval 3, but they would probably messed it up like they did with...
September. Yeah, these are all recent. Boy, I guess it did. That's pretty savage. Mostly negative. All reviews, mixed. So the recent ones are mostly negative, but the all reviews, it's mixed. Huh. $60. Somebody dropped the ball somewhere. But Nerds loves it. So there you go. High recommendations.
Well, he likes 3 or just 1 and 2?
3. Wow. Okay.
Well, their game is very conducive to that, to tabletop. But like I said, that's kind of why I got into the miniatures wargaming. I got back into it. Just playing Total War.
It says it's already in my wish list. Let's take a look. Yeah, there it is. It's right there. Taking a look at my wish list here. I think they have a big sale coming up soon. What's that really cool turn-based 40K game? It's like it's very much like, what is it called? XCOM. Plays like XCOM, which I always felt would be a perfect game for 40K. What the hell is the name of it? Warhammer 40K Chaos Gate. Demon Hunters. Yeah, that's a game that's really frickin' good if you like turn-based type games. Oops, what happened? I don't know if that's showing. Then the company put out a horrible statement. Yeah, I read that. That's too bad. That's too bad. Let's mute that. Yeah, Warhammer 40K Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. You play Grey Knights. Turn-based, like XCOM. That really tempts me. $44.99. Yeah. Did you ever play X?
On your name, Fritz.
Did you ever play XCOM?
No.
It's
No.
good. It's good. It's turn-based. It's like you're playing with miniatures on a table almost. Move your guys on a battlefield, landscape, taking cover, using special abilities, and everything is turn-based, so when it's a guy's turn because of initiative, he takes his action, you move him up behind cover, he lobs a grenade, maybe takes a few shots against this guy over here, and that's the way the game progresses, and you go through missions. Why not just play miniatures? Right?
Right.
Well, you're a computer nerd, so I thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I guess what kind of got me into getting the thought of getting back into miniatures, though, is the tangible aspect, if you will. So, as
Sure.
much as I do like my computer games,
That's
nobody's going to be that impressed by me loading up my save file and showing, look what I did.
Yeah, that's
Look what I
true.
did on the save file. Nobody cares about that, but people are, whether they want to play your game or not, are rather impressed by time and effort, energy you put into painting the figures, making the terrain, and then even after you have all those things, putting them together on a table. That was kind of the appeal of me getting back into it. Was if you build it, they will come. If I have the stuff, I could set up a table. Even somebody that's not that interested in it, it's like a really, really intriguing board game to somebody that's just not into it,
Yeah, it's more tactile. You could
Yeah,
actually
exactly.
touch and move things, and it's a different experience from a computer.
Well, yeah, that, and I can't. For instance, you have looked at the box set for Warhammer when I got into it. That's $500 to $700. Can you imagine if somebody had completed armies from that era and was selling it? So your investment can potentially be worth more in the longer run.
Yeah. Well, you saw how much that cost. What was it? What edition of Warhammer was it? Fifth edition in shrink wrap. $700+ on eBay.
Yeah, so now there was 500. So, I mean, even $500 to $700 for that being just shrink wrap. And I mean, I know I had the box set. You have the tower, the little cabin. Talk about paper buildings. Those were paper buildings in there. You remember? And then the template for the giant when he fell. And
yeah.
The two red measuring sticks.
Whippy sticks.
Yep.
Yep. I still have all mine.
I think I have a couple of the sticks.
Never forget
still.
those whippy sticks.
You never know when those are going to come in handy.
I literally have hundreds of them. From all the frickin' games that we bought. Yeah. I remember them. Cheesy. I think I got a broken one in here somewhere. I was using it for a mic. I tied a little earplug thing on it, which has a mic because you can talk through them. I used it as a mic. I taped it onto a whippy stick. Where is it? That was my microphone. Gamer for life, man.
That's what I got done. Fritz. I'm so close. Just another couple more rows.
Hold on, let me take a look at what you got there. I can't find the camera. Where is it? Let me get over there. There we go. All right. Yeah. Oh, that's a lot of work, man.
It is 300 plus
I
shingles on either side.
I made a house that was very same way only once in my life, where I had every single tile for the shingles. I couldn't do it. I finished the house, but screw it. There's got to be a better way than this.
Oh, there is. I'm not doing this again. I'd rather etch them single-handedly into foam.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep. But it looks perfect. It looks beautiful. That's the thing.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the completed side. Once it's done,
Yeah, look at that.
put a brace board to hold it in there.
Mm-hmm.
Once it's done, it looks really well.
Mm-hmm.
So, a few more coats of dry brushing the brown on the face, and it'll be good to go. The roof doesn't sit square, but it's an old cabin. That's what you get.
Yeah, you're gonna get sagging and stuff. That's realistic. That's the
Like
thing.
I said, I just need.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead.
I need to add some flogging, some flock and stuff to the top. But I'm gonna probably dry brush some gray on the shingles if you will, make them look like slate.
Mm-hmm. Looks good, man.
But yeah. And it comes off, so that's
Yep.
the other appeal for me. Like I said, I like the modular stuff. So if you get into printing, that'll be helpful.
Big time.
I'll just get my stuff from you and then paint it up.
Yep.
I can save my crafting for the modular board pieces, if you will.
that's why I got out of terrain crafting, because I used to make terrain to sell, do custom stuff. I got out of it because of 3D printing, because I couldn't compete with that. Because people were 3D printing their terrain and stuff. And I said, this just isn't worth it. It takes too long. It's too much effort. But now, with 3D printing that I'm into now I could do all this stuff and actually get back into the business. Terrain crafting.
Yeah,
Yes.
that would be great. I would thoroughly enjoy. Yeah, because like you said, some of the companies that I've shared with you before on your previous paint chats, I understand like the detail level may not be there off the bat, but even if it's somewhat close to my minuscule detail level on what I have,
Yeah.
then it'll be so much faster. I can
Oh, yeah.
base paint it, dry brush it, seal it, and move on.
Yeah. Move on with your life.
Mm-hmm.
Screw this. But there is something to be said about terrain that you handcraft and make out of, things you find around the house. There's something about that even 3D printing can't compare to. I made that freaking castle. That's a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
And like that little house, that's going to be a special piece of terrain for you because you made the whole freaking thing. You'll get a lot more out of that than something, Fritz printed out a nice little cabin for me. Hey, it has a removable roof and I painted it. Or maybe he did. But still, it's not the same thing. So
Yeah.
there is that.
Yeah, but my cabin here is, compared to like the foreground, I have a couple cabins from them. It's much larger than what I bought as far as the foregrounds cabins. They're rather small, which are probably a little bit more on the realistic scale. This would, as far as scale wise, this is a massive cabin. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I have one other one because this is actually my friend's cabin that he started that he kind of left with me. So I'm finishing. I also have that kind of weird fort I was building. I'm gonna finish those two scratch builds, and I don't see me doing too many more scratch built buildings because they're just so time consuming.
Mm-hmm. 28
The end
millimeter.
results are rewarding.
What was that?
The end result's very rewarding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sarissa. That's the thing about the models, the MDF models. You put them together, they don't have a realistic feel to them. I mean, they're structurally the way they should be. That's the way they look, but they don't have like the sagging roof. They look too perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's square, everything's perfect, and that's not realistic, really.
Yeah. And that's why I like that. There's a wargaming tabletop or tabletop wargaming one. So like a Croatian company, their stuff is printed, but it very much has that authentic look,
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that was the big draw to the scratch build versus buying. Like I like Sarissa Precision, especially for what they give you. It's a great value. But like I said, I have you got the page up the log cabin they have, or not the log cabin, the stable or the barn they have for the Wild West stuff. I bought that, but I'm also in the process of reinforcing it and breaking it or
Reinforcing?
yeah, reinforcing. Well, like the stables and stuff, they're very like thin MDF pieces, and it structurally is not the strongest. But so I've added little pieces of balsa wood and stuff. And once I paint the whole thing, but also like breaking a few things and then putting a couple pieces of balsa wood in there, and then painting it so it looks like a beam that was broken, and then obviously repaired, giving it that character that the MDF just doesn't have by itself.
Mm-hmm. Wow, $60 for the saloon. Etsy.
Ooh.
Yeah. Boy,
Well,
that's
that's when I was getting into that stuff, foreground stuff. It's real expensive because all the doors move.
Wild West. That's a saloon. That's some pretty nice terrain for your tabletop. $7.75. What the hell's up with that? Pardon the French. Oh, it's a digital file.
Ah. So you have to have a machine to burn that out.
I guess. For laser cutting digital files. I don't know what this is. Oh. PDF, DXF, AI. I don't know what this is. Doesn't say 3D print, but...
No, laser cutting. So you have to have a
Oh.
a laser cutting table that'll cut that out of MDF for you. Yeah.
Is that what it is? Damn.
That'll be your second purchase right after the 3D printer.
Get me a laser, laser printer there. Not a laser printer, a laser cutter. Or whatever. That's how that works. It's all about convenience. $60, it's all done for you. $7, you do it yourself.
But to source the MDF though.
Yep.
Just pay Sarista and then stuff it up myself.
Wow, look at that one. World War II stuff. I made all my buildings out of cardboard.
Well, I mean, like you said, I really enjoy the look of the scratch build versus the MDF. Now, certain eras of buildings, you know, like the Chicago Way and stuff, where a lot of that stuff is very uniform. That's a little different than some of the older buildings where I feel like they should have a lot more, you know, hand-built character.
There's a cog. 22 pounds. About $30. Get yourself a medieval cog. Zeppelins. Excuse me.
So what are you going to call your 3D printing business?
Well, it's just part of my painting business.
Okay.
When I was legit, it used to be called Forge and Brush. Yeah, I had my tax stuff. I had registered my name on my business, had a website and everything. Forge and Brush Wargaming Creations. And I never did anything with it. So, but I still have the name. But,
Yeah.
I just do commission painting. So I'll just offer this up as well. That's all. We'll see what I come up with. I'm probably going to do a lot of terrain and paint them up. As far as licenses and stuff to sell printed models, I might do that, I might not. I'm mostly painting stuff to sell, which is a little bit different. But yeah, you guys are going to get some freebies, of course. You send me an STL, you send me the money for the liquid, the resin to do it. Yeah, You're all set. Throw a few extra bucks. We're all good. You know. We'll see what happens. I got a lot to think through as far as the printing and doing it for business.
Sure, and it's gonna take us a while to get to a product you like as well. I assume anyway. I don't know a whole lot about the 3D printing process.
I'm gonna try and get. Where's my hotkey? I'm gonna try and get a nerd's nerd in here with my good friend Chris Long. You remember Chris Long up there in Canada?
Yeah.
Remember him? He's him and his son started a business doing that. And we'll see if we can get some discussions on it, because I'm still a noob myself. Maybe that'd help people get a grip with 3D printing. I know Chris shared a lot of little tips and secrets about it, which was kind of intriguing. Things I didn't know about.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about the process of 3D printing.
It's magical, Tom. It's magical.
If it doesn't take 6 years to build a cabin, Fritz, it's magical to me.
Yeah, exactly. I've been collecting STL files like a madman. We'll see what transpires with that.
What's STL file?
That's the file that you can buy or get free or whatever. That's actually what it prints. It's the model.
Okay.
It's the 3D representation of the model that you plug into your printer, and that's what it will print for you. So once you get an STL file for, say, one of your buildings, you know, there you go. You could just print that out. And they're cheap. Sometimes they're free.
When can you make your own if you know what you're doing? Or
3D sculpting, that's another little hurdle you got to learn. If you want, you can make up your own. See, Nerd's Nerd does this. Making the STLs.
the file.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
print them out on your printer. Different skill, but definitely doable. The 3D printing, or not the printing, the sculpting. Yeah, that would be cool. I got to learn how to do that. Then when you can make your own stuff, you got it made. Nerds does that on that website. What's it called? The Cult 3D or something like that. Nerds has a bunch of free STL files you can grab. Great work. Mostly all tanks and stuff, World War II stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Nerds knows how to do this. I have no clue. When it comes to the sculpting. I guess there's software, some of which is free, that you can learn how to do this stuff, make your own sculpts, 3D sculpting. It can be pretty complex, but I don't think it's that complex if you just want to try your hand and learn how to do it. So I'm not there yet, but eventually I'd like to do that.
Whole different process of the old days where they cut out of the green stuff, the original.
Uh-huh. All the cool kids are doing it these days. Come on, Tom, you got to get into this stuff. 3D printing. 3D printing. It's the wave of the future. Now they're doing it in colors, so you don't have to paint your models anymore.
What?
Yeah, true. You won't even have to paint them. You just print them out in color. It's like, damn, this is like color printing for the computer here. I could print out my book in color. Wow, of course you're going to be able to do it with 3D printing with models. Yeah.
You need to get on that so I don't have to paint all these miniatures.
Yeah, I know, especially if they wear kilts.
Right? Print that out, please.
Exactly. Oh boy. I've had clients threaten me with commissions like that. I need 300 black watch. 28 mil.
I don't have 300. I think I have maybe 8 or 10.
That's not bad.
Not too many.
That's not bad at all. It'll cost you about $3,000, but yeah, send them my way.
That's not too bad.
That's what I.
Every penny.
Yeah. I'll give you a deal, man.
I bet you will.
That's going to be a big chunk of my life right there, working on those. That's not good enough, Fritz. I want those lines showing through a little bit better. Yeah, get on that.
I said a 2-color plaid. I wanted a 3.
Mm-hmm. I've never painted kilts. Nope.
Call that a target? That's not a target. You gotta start over.
But I got a lot of friends who have.
If I wait long enough, you're just gonna cheat and 3D print them. Oh, I swear I painted that plaid. I did it overnight.
Yeah.
You said the dip is instead of the, or it's a liquid, is a lot more detailed.
The dip?
Like the liquid resin as far as printing.
Oh, for printing? The filament?
Yeah.
Oh, there's filament and then there's resin.
Okay. Well,
Resin is going to give you the detailed stuff. The resin is like, it's like spools of weed whacker string. That's what it looks like. It's not as detailed. Good for terrain, though. I've done some commissions. I think last year, early this year, I had a couple commissions from this one guy who wanted me to paint up his 3D printed modern vehicles. And they were filament. And they were horrible to work with. Oh, man. Horrible. There's a lot of striations and lines going on in them and stuff. And it's like I got to clean these models up to paint properly. But this is like sculpting at this stage because how do I get rid of these lines? How do I work with this? It was terrible. But yeah, I got through that. See if I have pictures of those.
You got to that, and people are threatening you with kilts now.
Yeah, Rhodesian armored vehicles is what I was painting, which are kind of cool. That's why I took the commission, because it was an era that I've never painted for. It was like the late 70s, early 80s. Rhodesia was fighting it out with South Africa or something. They had a lot of funky looking vehicles, quite unique camouflage schemes. Hold on, nerd. I see you there typing away. Let me try and find some pictures here of these Rhodesians. They came out really good. But man, horrible prints. I still have one of them laying around here somewhere. Nope, that's the wrong folder. Commissions. Alright, SADF. South African Defense Force? Then I've got Rhodesians. I did them first. Where are they? There they are. Let's look at the South Africans. Only got 4 pictures of them. Huge collection. Let me read the chat. Resin. Resin printing is a liquid vat you shoot with UV light to make it turn solid. It's insanely detailed, but it is too expensive to print large terrain with. FDM is finicky. That's the weed whacker stuff. FDM is finicky, less detailed, but pennies to print. So let me show off these South Africans here. Schlunk. There they are. You'll see them pop up in the YouTube there. This was one commission. And there's a mix of tanks in there and AFVs. There's no camouflage on these guys. I kept it really simple. Got some different shades going on. But these were all filament printed models, and they were a dog to work with. The tanks, some of them were actually metal. A few of them were.
Okay.
Real simple to paint. Yeah, you can see the striations on some of these vehicles in the front. The little lines on there. It almost looks like a Zimmerit or something. Anyway, that's the South Africans. The Rhodesians. Let's take a look at the Rhodesians. There's some reference pictures in here as well. Nothing to do with what I did. It's just reference. There's some orc buildings there. So this is one stage of the process here. You can see the camouflage starting to go on. Strange looking vehicles, man. But they were challenging to work with, I'm telling you.
The size, or?
Oh, they were 12 millimeter. I should point that out.
Okay.
Got some of this funky camouflage going on. These are the Rhodesians.
Okay.
And they look like little buses and stuff. Little vans. Yeah, these were all filament. They turned out pretty well, I think. I don't have all the turrets on. Little Scooby-Doo wagons.
Yeah, they're very interesting looking.
Yeah, so that was that commission. A filament. I'll never do them again. Give me some
When
nice...
you get the,
Go ahead.
when you do your 3D printing, what are you going to do? Are you going to do the resin, as it were, or the filament?
Oh, both. I got printers for both.
Okay.
I haven't even set them up yet. I still have to set them up. I have to do test runs. Yeah. It's a process. I see Jesse's in the chat.
Yep, I'm here. Setting up my paints, getting ready to do some paint.
Jeez, I haven't even gone offline to take a break. Looks like I'm stuck for another 2 hours.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, the only time I get to paint.
I need a break. Talking about 3D printing here.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at proxies today. With my army.
Proxies? Yes, I've been talking about Warhammer and old editions of 40K that we played.
Yes, we have played them all.
And I still got all the rules and codices and everything, so we're going to play them again, man.
Sure, why not?
I'm telling you, I've got the urge to play some 40K 3rd edition. 3rd edition. That was the last edition we played.
Yep.
I think. The last edition of Warhammer we played was 6th. I didn't know that. I forgot about 6th. That was the big book. Yeah, we're going to have some fun with that. I think folks would like to see that stuff being played again. I know there's some guys out there doing that. Old Hammer. Back in the day when there was actually flying rules. Remember the flying rules?
Yep.
4th edition Warhammer had flying rules. I mean, literally, your flying creatures could fly off the table and engage targets in the sky somewhere. Like you could have a separate area of the table set up like a little separate table with clouds on it to indicate they're flying. And whoever else is flying up there, they can gauge each other. It was different levels, right? There was like flying, and then there was flying over the tabletop, and then there was walking around on the ground. Yeah, you could go to different levels. And that was fun stuff. They took that out of the game, though. It was my jam.
They don't want you having fun, Fritz, that's why.
Yeah. That's why they killed Man of War.
Didn't sell enough miniatures.
Man, I love that game.
Yeah, it was fun.
We had all the fleets. And then they decided, nope, game's no more. Got to get rid of this. Can't have Fritz having fun. What was your favorite? What was your favorite GW game, Jesse, of all time that you remember, have the greatest memories of playing? What was it?
Necromunda.
Yep, I agree.
Yep, that was I love the campaign system in that.
Yeah, it was my favorite. A lot of people hate GW and stuff, but you know, they gave me some of my fondest memories in wargaming in the hobby, so at least with Necromunda. And some other games. I had a lot of fun with that. I'll never forget it. So, there is that. I'll tell you, I'll let you guys work on your house and paint while I sit here and read. Where's my Sisters of Battle? Or my Arcoflagellants? Almost done with these guys. I want to give them a wash eventually. Got a few more things to paint. I'm going to wash them and tone them right down. They're looking good, though. Oh, I got to paint their cloth, too. don't think you guys have met before, have you? Tom?
No, I don't think so.
I've
I
known
don't think so.
I've known Tom for years. He's one of the first ones to join the chats a decade ago.
Nice.
I've been doing this for a decade. Can you imagine? And yeah, he's been around a long time. He's just getting back into the hobby now. Things are looking good for him. He's been working on this piece of terrain, a building, a house. It's taken him a few years, but he's getting it done. And
Nice.
of course,
Welcome.
Jesse's my nephew. Got a lot of history.
Okay.
Got a lot of history together, growing up playing games. So
Yeah. I'm playing
We
games
haven't met.
since
I've
I was
heard a lot
like-
about you, Jesse, but we haven't met.
Yep. I've been playing games since I was 10 years old.
Yeah.
Now I'm an old man.
10 years old, thanks to me. Now I'm indoctrinating his son, Jake, getting him into the hobby,
Yep.
because that's what I do. He's been in the chats a few times, has he?
Yeah, he pops in for the Pathfinder.
He's only 7. Yeah, he pops in our Pathfinder games when we're offline. Comes in, says hello. He's played Pathfinder, so he can't wait.
Yeah, and he's only 6.
Yeah, played Pathfinder at 6 years old. It's called indoctrinating. Getting him into the hobby.
A lifetime of fun.
He's got a 40k army, Necrons, that's all painted and ready to go. Yeah, he's a Necron player. Actually, I think you painted all his models.
I did.
He does paint, though.
Yep, he's getting there. He's getting better.
I've got to call it quits. I've got a little over probably one row to go. But I think that's all the damage I can do for tonight.
That's okay, Tom. I'll be
I have
on.
to get up early for a new construction build tomorrow, so.
You do. It's all good. I'll be on tomorrow.
Oh, good. Well, maybe I'll get this thing finally finished up.
Oh, you definitely will.
Get back to the painting. So
Yeah.
I only need some dry brushing, and it's almost done. Years in the making, this tiny little building.
Years in the making. Damn. All right, man. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then.
All right, sounds good. Nice to meet you, Jesse.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Have a good one.
Take care, Tom.
See you.
You too. Bye.
Toodaloos, 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 toodaloos. Hit the disconnect, Tom. See it there?
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. He's new to the whole thing here, I guess, so.
Yeah.
So I am live. Got a couple viewers holding out with me. Yeah, I didn't take a break today. I didn't realize how late it was getting. I started late.
Yeah, time goes fast when you're doing this stuff.
What color am I going to paint these breech cloths? That's all they're wearing. Flesh wraps.
Yeah, I've been painting Trajan on and off all day today. I washed him this morning, so he'd be ready to paint tonight.
I'll do a little bit on these guys. Just start off with a little light brown. I'm going to use an off-white though on top. see how that works. I've only got 3 of these guys. It ain't much. Going against your golden boys there, I don't think they're going to last long. You'll cut them down immediately. Can't let them get too close. We got to cut them down.
Yep. Sit back and shoot.
You roll all 5s and 6s, and I managed to get a bunch of 1s and 2s. Yep. That's usually how it goes. A fist fight.
Yeah, custodians are pretty much hit on 2s, wound on 2s.
That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. What kind of game is that where actual real world tactics don't work?
Well, it is a fantasy game.
Yeah, that's what they all say. Yeah. Well, this looks like flesh. This is a poor choice of brown, I think. Oh, man. Well, let's see what I could do here. Are you using speed paints?
I use a mix.
So
Use
you,
both.
so you bounce between the
Yep.
between the acrylics and the speed paint. Yeah, that's what I thought. I like the speed paints. I just don't. I'm not used to it. The very first model I painted with speed paints turned out horrible.
You kind of have to plan it out. Like, you have to know what the colors look like. You can't be surprised by what you're using.
Yeah.
Some of the speed paints, they go on heavy, where others are lighter.
Yeah.
Yep. Like the blue I have, you put that on and it goes on just like regular paint. So you have to be really light with it. But then a color like the Zealot yellow is beautiful. Makes a perfect orangey yellow.
The second model I did, though, I learned my lesson and I made sure to get a nice, good, solid undercoat. I think I was going for a Zenithal Prime undercoat with all of them, I think. But I had to go back and get heavy with the white. I'm not sure, I don't remember. But anyway, that one came out really nice. And I was quite impressed. Damn. It's so fast. I used a really small brush to contain the paint because it flows so well.
Yep.
So I figured, yeah, this is pretty cool. It's just a little bit of a learning curve to get used to it, I guess. I'm a noob when it comes to that paint. finish this here. This looks horrible. Looks like he's got flesh-colored underwear. TBF, everyone, wait till we have air and artillery superiority. Does not make a fun game. True. True. Oh, that's right. I do have a rhino, don't I? Woohoo! Bring on the twin bolters. Yeah, now I got you. You'll just destroy it with your Terminators. Leave it a fiery wreck. Before I even get to do anything. Kill everything that's inside of it. That's my luck. Yeah, I need an exorcist. That's what I need. Just lay down the barrage. Take care of those golden boys now.
Yep.
I'll just hide in the buildings and wait for you to come. Right? Just blast you with those barrages of fire. Of course, I got to pay an arm and a leg to get the frickin' model. It'll take me a couple months to paint it.
Just 3D print it.
Ah, yeah, that's right. That's true.
No sense spending all that money on when you could just print it.
Yeah. That's true.
And you're not going to competition, so no big deal.
I wouldn't last long in a competition.
No, you got to really do your homework.
I just play for fun.
I play for money.
Some of those guys, man, they get deep. They get deep.
Yeah, they do.
It's all meta talk. There's no narrative going on. Come on. That's not always true, though. Deep. You'd probably do good in a tournament. I don't know if you could emotionally handle it, though. That'd be a challenge.
Yeah.
You'd fit well in a tournament setting. I think. I could be wrong.
I probably could do it. I know I could. I don't know how well I do, but I could do it.
Well, if you get a guy like me, someone who's all about the narrative and the story and playing for fun, yeah, you'll eat them alive. I play for fun. You just destroyed me. What's the point of this game at that stage? Got one guy trying to destroy your army in quick order. Another guy playing for fun. I don't know. It's all good.
Yep.
Different vibe.
Yep, it's a different scene.
Chris was a good competitive player.
Yeah, he's the one I learned it from.
I always likened it. I mean, playing Warhammer and 40K back in the day, you know, where you make all these combinations of magic items and units, and there's a synergy about the whole thing that you're aiming for. I always likened it to playing Magic the Gathering. was the same kind of thing where you build these decks, you know, in hopes of getting the right hands drawn. But it was the same kind of thing with Warhammer. You're all about building these combinations of units and characters and magic items and spells. And it seems like that's what it was about, playing Warhammer back in the day. And imagine it's still like that. It's not like, oh, I'm going to take my 3 squads of infantry, give them a transport, I'll give them a leader, I'll give them this, you know, this standard leader character, maybe a psyker for a little bit of support, and that's it. And you go into a battle against somebody who's got this special character model, he's got these powerful barrage weapons, barely any standard troops except one to capture an objective or something. It's like totally different mindset of gamers here. And you know who's going to win. Am I right?
Yep, you're right. But I mean, if you're going into a tournament, you better be ready.
Yeah.
There's all types of players. There's people that are having fun, then there's people that are jerks that are just ready to destroy everything in their path.
Cheaters.
Yep.
Yeah, there's guys that cheat. I just saw a video of a guy using funky dice in a Warhammer tournament.
Yeah, come on. Really?
Yeah, they had duplicate 5s and 6s on a single die. One die was nothing but 6s. And the only way they caught it was they, on a replay, somebody watching it live actually saw it. The guy got kicked out of the tournament and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, he was actually using funky dice mixed in with the normal dice. It's like, really? Why would somebody do that?
Because they have to win.
I guess so.
That's not fun. You're not playing to have fun, I guess. You're just playing to, I don't know, get money.
Well, it wasn't like that. It was a tournament like 6th edition Warhammer they were playing. This is recent. And there was, what, maybe 8 people playing in the tournament? So it wasn't big. At a store or something. I guess it was being live streamed. Yeah, the guy had frickin' weighted dice. It's crazy.
Yeah.
A nice friendly themed tournament isn't bad. That's pretty good. We kind of did that.
Yeah, for like a store.
I think the most fun we had was playing campaigns. Not tournaments, but campaigns. Those were always fun. You know, you're using the same army that improves from battle to battle. You got a narrative going on.
Mm-hmm.
I always enjoyed that. We did that with Warhammer, remember?
We did. I remember.
Thunder Isle. That's the best. What is this, a pin? Looks like a pin. Yeah, I've been streaming all day. Started late today. Totally forgot I was going to paint tonight with you. Gotta eat. I'm starving. Exhausted. I'm tired. I got into the chat exhausted. This is hardcore, folks. Hardcore.
Dedicated.
Yeah. Or just really weird. That's the way we roll. This lady has like a bib. Think. A bib shirt. Can't see where it begins and ends here. It's ridiculous. That looks good. I can't wait to get this done so I could freaking put the wash on.
Yeah.
I could move on to some other models here pretty soon. Gotta be playing some Grimdark Firefight with these guys, I think.
Yeah.
Well, we could play 40k with it. Combat Patrol, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because this is a Combat Patrol box I have. Plus I got the 3 war suits. Yeah, I could do that. Could try out this 10th edition. I don't know, though. I don't know. It's getting a lot of people bitching and moaning. You've read the rules, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
I don't think it's that bad. I mean, cover is they simplified cover from what it used to be.
Yeah,
Pretty much everything.
that was one
Pretty
of.
much everybody has cover now. God.
I think the terrain rules were horrible. And they were horrible in 9th edition, too. It's like, that's something that they should not get wrong. It's something they've had so many editions of this game. How could you get cover screwed up? One of the most basic fundamental things in a miniatures game is how you handle the terrain rules.
Mm-hmm.
And they're always changing and messing around with it. It's like stupid. Now it's ridiculous again. Confusing. Doesn't make sense. Not intuitive. So I would hope they fix that again. That's
I
stupid.
haven't heard anyone complaining about it. It seems pretty easy.
Well, they were complaining about it. I don't know now because, you know, it's been out a while. They keep changing it, so I don't know. But that was one of the issues people had. It's like, again? Do I have cover or not? I don't know. Are you in the building or not? I don't know.
So, like, if you shoot at a unit that's got a couple models in cover, and the whole unit has cover, you just take the armor saves for the ones in cover first, once they're dead. Because all cover does is just give you a modifier to your armor class. Like, it gives you a +1 to your armor class. That's it. It doesn't modify the 2 hit or anything, it's just armor. So if you have a couple guys in cover, you just take your first wounds from them. They need like 4s to wound, and then the rest of the models need 3 to wound. I don't know, something like that.
Something like that. I haven't even read the 10th edition, so I have no clue. Well, whatever, it's all good. As long as it doesn't take forever to play the freaking game. Like 9th edition did. Damn. That was rough. The intro stuff was easy. That was fun. Since we started playing a full-on game, it's like, holy smokes. What happened? That's because of all the special rules for the faction. Way too many. Time is it? 11:19. Folks, I'm going to be doing this again tomorrow. Probably not as long, but we'll have another session. Try and get some stuff painted. I think I started at 5:30. 5? When did I start today? 6. Was it really that late? Yeah, around 6 I started. Try and start early tomorrow, so we can get some stuff done without getting tired. That'll be the plan. What is tomorrow? Thursday? Yeah.
Yep.
Back again, folks. Rock and roll. Yeah. You miss out, Jess. We have good conversation in here. You're always missing out. Gotta quit that job of yours.
Yeah, right. Yep. Quit work and become a full-time gamer. I'm sure the wife wouldn't agree.
Ooh. No. Well, I don't know. It's a little tricky. You don't want to lose your hobby. As soon as you start taking it serious and making a profession out of it, you kind of start going in that direction. You lose your hobby.
It's a fine balance. That's all. You set the balance.
Yeah, it is. Like for me, I never have time to paint my own stuff. Rarely get a chance to paint my own stuff, and I don't get a chance to play games. It's like you just lose touch with it. Pretty soon you're just doing this stuff just to make a living.
Yeah.
Which leads to not enjoying yourself. So it's tricky. I think I've got it figured though. All right. Base color for the cloth. Looks good. Just set aside time for yourself, right?
That's it.
Set aside like 1 day a week to paint your own stuff. You know, take time to play some games and that kind of thing. That's what I do. And it works. Otherwise, I'm painting away all kinds of commission stuff. Which I love to do. I wouldn't take the commission if I didn't love it. But man, it wears on you. Because it's not your stuff, right?
Right.
So Kyle's got some brushes and paints coming his way.
That's good.
Yeah.
He's got no one to teach him how to do it, though.
Well, he hangs around the chats. He's got to pick up some pointers here, eventually. What did I do? Just mix my paints? I think I did. He's going to have plenty of advice and help for that, so he'll do good.
Yeah.
We're going to sculpt him. To an amazing painter and wargamer. I think all he does is just PC games and role-playing games. That's it, so it's all new to him. You're missing out, man. You're missing out.
Yep.
There's more
There's
to
more
this. Yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
more to this hobby than that.
This madness. He bought himself some Reaper miniatures bones. You know, the ones
Yeah.
that are made out of that kind of a plasticky. I don't know what exactly it is. But they're really inexpensive models. And I showed him some of mine. I got all the iconics, or some of the iconics for Pathfinder. Like Mauricio and Sione, Valeros. They're beautiful models. They're just bendy, you know, because they're made out of that little plastic. And yeah, he got all excited about that and he bought a few of them. So he's got some models he can paint. He's going to get obsessed is what's going to happen. He's going to be like the rest of us, just buying models and collecting them, not painting them. You know,
Yeah.
you don't paint these things. You just put them in a mountain of unpainted. Call them your collection. Basically hoarding. That's all. You are welcome, Kyle. Welcome aboard to this disease. That's terrible.
Session.
Yeah. Okay, this is a nice brown undercoat. I'm going to use off-white or a tan color over that. So that'll work. That'll be their clothing. Ooh, I didn't paint this guy's weapon. I still got stuff to do on him. We're down to 2 viewers. To wear people out. Surprised we got any viewers. It's just me and you talking, bantering.
Yeah.
Nothing interesting here.
We're just on in the background.
Ambience, yeah. Ambience. Painting ambience. There you go. Welcome to the madness. Don't know what happened to James. He gets tired of this nonsense. Yeah, I'm at 5 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, rock and roll. My cats are gonna kill me pretty soon.
Yeah, gonna start eating your leg.
Yeah. Guess I gotta paint this metallic. Got some cables I want to do white. Oh, I didn't paint his mask, did I? Damn it. Oh, I know.
In case you're not awake.
Pathfinder 2nd Edition. The Lost Omens Ancestry Guide. How do you like that, man? Strigoi, what would you like to play? What ancestry are you thinking of? Androids. Do you know you could play an android ancestry?
Nope.
Kitsune. Sprite. Oh, I want to play a sprite. Ginnikin. Leshies. We all know about Leshies. Ratfolk. Tengu. Tiefling. Tiefling. Did I say Tiefling? It's Tiefling.
Tiefling.
Tiefling. Catfolk. Changelings. Dampier. Dustwalkers. What's a Dustwalker? Page 28. 28. Dustwalkers of the Inner Sea. What are they? Once having been convinced by a powerful Alethros advocate, whatever that is. Oh, these names of things, I don't know what they are. Certain souls could reincarnate and walk Galarian once more. The children of this ancient pact became known as Duskwalkers. In their previous incarnation, every Duskwalker somehow served the cycle of life and death. But their time was cut short until the machinery of psychopomp bureaucracy gave them another life. Born anew, each Dustwalker appears near the site of their past existence, a strange child with an old soul and an uncertain destiny. That's interesting.
Yeah. Cool.
Ooh, hobgoblins. Oh, there's too many. Can a game have too many options? What is your favorite part of Pathfinder 2e? What do you like most about? What keeps you coming back to the table? What is it?
Well, mainly the group of players I play with.
Well said.
But as a rule system, I really enjoy the 3-action economy. I think that's perfect.
Okay. Okay, I get that. I've always said the number one reason role-playing is so enjoyable is because of the people. It's not the game, it's not the rules, it's not the setting, it's the frickin' people. The frickin' people.
Yeah, frickins.
That's what it's all about. I mean, you could play any game in the world with great people and really enjoy it, but when it's role-playing, it's a whole new ball game. There's something cool about that. I don't think I could ever play a game with strangers, even though I have. Once you get that group of people that, you know, you become friends and all this good stuff, and it's a whole new ball game. And it becomes the big motivation to frickin' play.
Yep.
Tonight's word of the night is frickin'. I've used it countless times today for some reason. Yeah, it's all about the people, I think. More than anything. I mean, we could probably sit around and play any game. And it'd be awesome. But as far as the rules are concerned, I like the 3-action economy. I like the variety of choices, even though I'm not big on a lot of these options. But I like the fact that you can do all these things. You know, it is at least an option to do that. I like that.
Yep.
And my favorite part is the depth of the game system. I love depth in my games. I get bored easily, as you know. And it's certainly got all that.
It's a tight system. There's not, every time we play, it's not like, oh, now what do we do? We don't have a lot of that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very tight. Whenever we run across something in the game, it's, you know, it's quickly resolved.
Yep.
And sometimes if we can't find it, you know, you look it up later and, you know, it's right there. It's not like you have to make stuff up. Oh, these rules are incomplete. How do we do this? How do we handle this? Nah, it's there. That's nice.
Yep.
That's nice.
Nice.
I think when Starfinder comes out in a new edition that uses the Pathfinder rules, that's gonna be really fun. Starfinder's something I always wanted to play, but I don't know. It's just so different, yet the same as Pathfinder 2nd Edition. It wasn't worth playing. It was different in so many little ways. It's easy to get confused between the two systems. Like, it really needs that 3-action economy. It really needs that trait system that Pathfinder 2e uses so well. Otherwise, it's like playing first edition Pathfinder. It's like, nah, move on from that. Gonna use some Vallejo white here. Paint some wires. Gonna do some wires. Yep.
Yeah, Vallejo white is my favorite white.
Yeah, I don't use it too often. I can't remember if it's...
It's a good.
Yeah?
Just put a little water in it, and it's perfect.
Let's see, what do I want to use here? I don't want to put it too close to the other colors. I'm not going to be able to... Let's see if I could do it really thin. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. Let's see what that looked like in the camera here. Come on, focus for me. I can't see that. Yeah, there's a little white line cord in there. Nice. Yeah, that is good white. Vallejo. Do you have Vallejo or Army Painter? What do you have in your collection there?
I have 4 bottles of Vallejo. I have white, black, green, and purple.
Hmm.
A bunch of craft paints, and 1 speed paint set by Army Painter. That's it.
Army Painter's good, but it's a little too thin for me. The Vallejo is much better. Get more opaque colors. This white here, for instance, is very opaque. That's nice. Nope, I goofed up there. My favorite paint is probably the Andrea. If you can find those Andrea paints, they're really
Never
good.
heard of them.
Paints are very opaque, which is what I like. Yeah, they're real good. I use them a lot. But I think my standard is Vallejo. Thing with Army Painter, they're easy to get a hold of. Of course, they got their speed paints too. There we go. Excellent. Looks awesome. Almost. Oh, I'm starving. You guys are killing me tonight.
Well,
Killing
don't
me.
eat.
Oh, I will. When
I'm
I
at a
go-
point where I can't really do anything because
Already?
yeah,
Are you
I'm
kidding me?
focusing on Trajan. I want to get him done, but I want to take my time with him. So I'm kind of stuck till I get parts dry. He's an unkillable model, by the way.
Unkillable? What does that mean? What are you talking about, unkillable? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying. You'll see.
No, none of this secretive stuff. None of that.
Nah, he's a tough hombre.
Is he unkillable? Does he come back to life or something like Celestine?
No, he just walks. He's like a walking lightsaber. You just put him into a unit. He just goes around killing things. Killing guys. You stick him with a unit of custodian guards, and you just go around blending things.
Yeah, I imagine if he's the faction leader, he's gonna be like that. Just makes sense. All right, well, I'm gonna finish I'm done painting then.
Yeah.
I did quite a bit here.
Me too.
You could show me. You could show me, Jess. Your camera isn't on the stream. If you want to show your model there, I could take a look. See your progress.
Let me get my light.
Oh. Yeah, he's got a lot of red. I like it.
Looking around.
Yep, looks good. A little bit of speed paints in there or no?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I gotta fix the line edge. I got other colors to put in, but
Yeah, that red looks patchy too.
let it dry. Then I have these guys.
Yep, excellent. Excellent progress. All right, folks, I'm going to call the stream here.
This just red over topical.
Sound like a robot.
That's first layer.
Okay, okay. Looks good. Good progress, folks. I'm going to call the stream here.
But this guy,
It's about time.
I did some highlighting. I don't know if you could see it.
Yeah, I can see it. That looks good. I like him. Let me call this stream here. All right, folks, we're going to be back tomorrow around 5, 4, 6. I don't know. Somewhere in there. We're going to do our Thursday session and get some more painted done. I got a lot more work to do on those orcs. Meantime, folks, glad you guys can join. Nerds Nerd, thank you for that. Nerdy Ogre. Everybody else that joined. Of course, Joms. Jesse, of course. Tom. We'll see you guys tomorrow. So, folks, hang in there. It's only going to get better. I'll talk to you soon.